Students, now entered into the next unit, that is the structural organization in animals. From this unit, first topic is levels of organization. Levels of organization in animals. Animals present in the kingdom Animalia that shows different levels of organization, body formation, body arrangement. Okay, in this total, the animal kingdom consists of different animals. These are acellular animals and multicellular organisms. Acellular organisms. Acellular means body formation formed with the single cell. Entire the body of the living organism consists only single cell. That means acellular. Most cells are absent. Next, multicellular organisms. Multicellular means number of the cells present that arranges the body formation. Multicellular animals. Multi means more. Cellular organisms. Next, students, there are 5 levels of organization in animals. This first one is protoplasmic level of organization. Protoplasmic level organization, protozoans, that shows. Next, protist, also called protist. Students, protoplasmic level of organization present in the protozoans or protist. These are single cell animals. Okay, student, these are the organisms that shows the single cell, and that is the cell consists of different types of the cell organelles. Different cell organelles are present in the cells. Cell organelles performs and helps in processing of the different basic functions. All the basic functions which are occurred in multicellular animals, which are shows in multicellular animals, developed animals, that are all the basic functions also shows by protozoans or the protist, like digestion, okay, ingestion of the food particles, respiration, excretion, circulation, and reproduction, like movement of the body. Okay, these are all the basic functions also performed by these protists or protozoans or single cell animals. Cell organelles are involved in the basic body functions. Cell organelles means the parts present in the protoplasm, cytoplasm of the cell. Different cell organelles present in the cytoplasm of the cell, which is helps in body functions, basic body functions. Next, organization with a single cell, okay, perform all basic functions. Next, say metazoans. What about the metazoans, students? Metazoans means multicellular animals. Okay, cells exhibit division of the labor. Okay, which are the cells are available in same manner, same shape, size, and the function. These are the cells are united and exhibit division of the labor. Division of the labor means perform single function. Okay, these are the multicellular animals shows the cells with division of the labor. Okay, some amount of the cells are grouped together, arranged together, and perform the same type of the function in the body of multicellular animals. That is called division of the cells, exhibit division of the labor. Another type of the cells perform different action. Another one of the cells, another types of the cells, different cells perform one of the action. That is called cells exhibit division of the labor in levels of organization, and different cells separate and grouped together to form the tissues. Okay, different types of the cells are grouped and combined together and form the tissues in multicellular animals. And these are the cells are together and arranged together and form the tissues, organ systems. Okay, if you observe one of the organ like a kidney or heart, this is the organ shows different types of the tissues. Okay, this is about the levels of organization in the metazoans. Next, second one, students, cellular level organization. Cellular level organization, it is the lowest level in the metazoans, among metazoans. Example, sponges are the animals, lower animals. Sponges shows the cellular level organization. Okay, next, in these cells are loosely aggregated. Student, loosely aggregated means cells are not closely combined with each other. Cells are loosely aggregates. There is a space between the cells, some amount of this space between the cells. Okay, cells are arranged as loose cell aggregates. Okay, in the sponges. Sensory cells, nerve cells absent. Most amount of the cells are present in the most animals of the cells present in the body of sponges. These cells are loosely arranged and sensory cells, nerve cells are absent. So, because of absence of sensory cells and nerve cells, there is no coordination between the cells. Coordination is not much between the cells. Next, do not form tissues. Tissues are absent. Cells are not together and form the tissues. Cells are not arranged to tissues. Organization in these animals ends with the cells. These are loosely arranged. Student, if you observe sponge's body wall with two layers. Body wall, outer body wall of the sponges body wall with two layers. Outer layer called outer layer. Outer one is outer layer. Inner one is called inner layer. Outer layer is with pinacocytes and porocytes. Inner layer is with choanocytes. Okay, these are the name of cells: pinacocytes, porocytes, choanocytes. Student, if you observe body plan, sponges, which this is the diagram that shows the sponge with cellular level organization. Students, sponges outside the body, cut and the open, just part. Outside the part is cut and open to observe the inner part of the sponge. In this, students, this is the body wall. This is the body wall, student. Body wall that shows two layers. Okay, outer layer is called called pinacoderm, students. Outer layer of the body wall called pinacoderm. Pinacoderm that shows the cells called pinacocytes. Student, it is the outer body wall called pinacoderm. Pinacoderm that consists cells called pinacocytes and porocytes. Student, what about the porocytes? These are the porocytes. Porocytes are tubular cells and open to the outside. Okay, these are the sponges are water animals, lives in fresh water and the marine water. Okay, attaches to the substratum base part. Okay, by the help of the porocytes, the surrounding water enters into the inner part. Student, porocytes allows the entry of water into the inner cavity. Okay, student, Porocytes allows the water into the inner cavity. Okay, it is about porocytes. Next, spicules. There are also spicules. These are the spicules, students. Spicules are the needle-like structures. Okay, these are the spicules, supports to the body. Okay, gives stiffness to the body, act as a skeletal structures. These are the spicules. Next, student, choanocytes. Choanocytes are flagellated cells. Choanocytes have a collar-like arrangement, hence these are called collar cells. Choanocytes lines the spongocoel. Okay, students, if you observe, porocytes cells conduct water from outside and to the spongocoel. What about the spongocoel? Spongocoel means inner cavity present in the body. Okay, that is called spongocoel. Body cavity present in the sponges is called spongocoel. Okay, this is about the porocyte. Next, choanocytes. Choanocytes, it is lined with the choanocytes. It is lines the choanocytes. Spongocoel lined with the choanocytes. The inner cavity, which is called spongocoel, lined with the choanocytes. Choanocytes with flagella, hence the name flagellated cells. Choanocytes have collar, hence the name collar cells. Okay. Next, amoebocytes. What about the amoebocytes? Amoebocytes are the another cells present in the body of sponges. These are the amoebocytes, also called totipotent cells. Why these are the amoebocytes called totipotent cells? These are the cells have ability to transform into another cells in the body. So these are amoebocytes having pseudopodia, which is helps in movement, hence the name amoebocytes. Student, osculum. Okay, large opening. Spongocoel opens to the outside. Spongocoel opens to the outside by the help of the big aperture, that is called osculum. Okay, there is a large opening is there, that is called osculum. Entire the body cavity spongocoel opens to the outside, that is the opening is called osculum. By the osculum, water expels to the outside. Okay, student, this is about the cellular level of organization with a sponge. Next, and the student, mesoile is there. Mesoile, there is between the pinacoder and the choanoder. Okay, body wall with two layers. Body wall with two layers. Outer layer with pinacocytes, inner layer with choanocytes. The space between the outer layer and the inner layer, that is with gelatinous substance. Student, if you observe the body wall, outer layer, inner layer, between the outer layer and the inner layer, there is a gelatinous substance that is called mesoile. Okay, student. Next, tissue level organization. Tissue level that is shows by the diploblastic animals. Which are the diploblastic animals? Cnidarians are the diploblastic animals. Cnidarians shows the tissue level organization. In the students, sensory nerve cells are present. So there is a coordination between the cells. And tissue formation is the first key transition in the evolution of the body plan in the animals. Next, bilateral symmetry, formation of the bilateral symmetry, it is the second key transition in the evolution of the body plan in the animals. Next, formation of the body cavity, it is the third key transition in the evolution of the body plan in animals. Okay, what about the tissue level of organization? It is discussed with the longitudinal section of hydra. Okay student, it is the longitudinal section of the hydra. It is the freshwater animals. Okay, hydra is the freshwater animals. These are the tentacles, longitudinal section student it is, and there is a mouth between the tentacles. Okay, and student, outer layer, body wall is with two layers. Outer layer is called epidermis. Outer layer of the body wall is called epidermis, and the inner layer of the body wall, student, inner layer of the body wall is called gastrodermis. Okay, next, this is a bird. It is one of the asexual reproductive process shows by the hydra. This is the body separated and develops into another offspring, adult animal, growth into adult animal. Next student, mesoglea. What about the mesoglea? Mesoglea, the space between the epidermis and the gastrodermis is with fluid like material. Okay, that is called mesoglea. Mesoglea present between epidermis and the gastrodermis. Next, there is a body cavity present in the inner part, that is called gastrovascular cavity. Okay, this is the testis which produce the gametes, male gametes. Students, in levels of organization, the next one is organ level organization. Okay, what about the cellular level organization? Cellular level organization is present in sponges, belongs from the phylum Porifera. Okay, and in these animals, cells are loosely aggregates, loosely arranged, and sensory cells, nerve cells are absent, and body wall shows two layers. One is pinacoderm and another one is choanoderm. Pinacoderm is with pinacocytes and porocytes. Next, another inner layer is called choanoderm that lines the spongiocele. Choanoderm that shows the choanocytes, and in the cells amoebocytes are also present. Okay, and body cavity is called spongiocele. Spongiocele opens at the opening large aperture which expels the water to outside, that is called osculum. Okay, next, tissue level organization. Tissue level organization, body wall with two layers. One is epidermis, another one is gastrodermis. Outer layer is epidermis, inner layer is called gastrodermis. Okay, and the space between two layers, there is one of the fluid that is called mesoglea. Okay, that cavity, body cavity present in these animals, that is called gastrovascular cavity. Okay, example hydra. Example is hydra. Okay student, and this is belongs from the phylum Cnidaria. Cnidarians shows tissue level organization. Okay, next, another sponges shows cellular level organization. In the sponges, between these two layers, pinacoderm and choanoderm, there is a mesohyl. It is the matrix or the substance present between these two layers. Okay, Next, organ level organization. In the organ level organization, different tissues combined for particular function is called organ. What about the organ? Organ, each one of the organ, any one of the organ if you take from the animal, each one of the organ, okay, that shows, that consists different types of the tissues. Different types of the tissues are combined and shows the particular type of the function, particular function. Each organ shows particular function and formed with the different types of the cells, tissues. Okay, organ level organization is present in animals, belongs from the phylum Platyhelminthes. Okay, phylum Platyhelminthes. Next, organ system level organization. Organ system level organization, it is the highest level among the metazoans. Okay, next example, triploblastic animals. Triploblastic animals, that means embryonic system, if you observe, that shows three layers: ectoderm, endoderm, mesoderm. These are the three layers present in the embryo, developed embryo. Three germinal layers that are formed in the development of the embryo, that is called triploblastic animals. Okay, which are the triploblastic animals in the kingdom Animalia? Flatworms belongs from Platyhelminthes. Next, nematodes. Nematodes also called roundworms belongs from phylum Nematoda. Annelids. Animals present in phylum Annelida. Annelids. Arthropods, phylum Arthropoda. Mollusks, phylum Mollusca. Echinoderms, sea star for example. Echinoderms, animals belongs from the phylum Echinodermata. Next, chordates, animals from the phylum Chordata. Okay, these are all the animals, shows all the animals are triploblastic animals and shows the organ system level organization. Separate type of the system like digestive systems, respiratory system, excretory system, circulatory system, reproductive system, like these systems are available. Okay, next, in metazoans, highest metazoans, complexity in the organization is available due to the formation of the mesoderm layer. Mesoderm is the additional one of the layer, along with the ectoderm and the endoderm. Mesoderm, when the evolutionary period, okay, due to the evolutionary in the body plan, when the mesoderm is appeared in the animals, body organization is with more amount of the structural complexity. Structural complexity is available in the highest metazoans due to the formation of the mesoderm layer in these animals. Next, nerve cells, sensory cells present in these animals, and because of presentation of these two types of the cells, there is a coordination between the body parts, body organs and the organ systems, and also shows the integration among the organ system, leads to efficient way of the life, leads to successful way of the life. Next, students, for example, if you observe the structural complexity in the higher metazoans than the lower metazoans, lower animals. If you observe incomplete gut means food tube, incomplete gut. Food tube in flatworms. Flatworms means animals from the Platyhelminthes called flatworms. Food tube in flatworms has single opening. Animals, if you observe, belongs from the Platyhelminthes If you observe the food tube of the flatworm, there is only one of the opening at the anterior part, that is considered as mouth and the anus. Ingestion, taking into the food particles into the gut, into the food tube, that is called ingestion. Egestion means undigested food particles are exit to outside, that is the process called egestion. Ingestion and the egestion is with the single opening in these animals. That is considered as a mouth. Okay, in these animals, flatworms, food tube is with the only one of the opening, single opening. Hence, that is called incomplete gut. Next, complete food tube. Complete food tube is anteriorly with the mouth and the posteriorly opens into the outside by the anus. Anteriorly open in mouth, in form of mouth. Posteriorly the food tube opens to the outside by the formation, after the formation of the esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, finally opens to the outside in the form of the anus. Okay, that is the complete gut. Complete food tube within two openings. One is the mouth, another one is anus. This complete gut is formed after the animals highest metazoans, okay, high developed animals. After the platyhelminthes, nematodes, annelids, arthropods, mollusks, echinoderms, chordates. Next, another one of the example, if you observe circulatory system. Circulatory system is with open type and closed type. Open type, if you observe open type circulatory system. Animals shows two types of the circulatory system. Open type, next closed type. Open type circulatory system. Open type circulatory system, in this heart flows the blood into the spaces present in the body. Heart, it is the main organ in the circulatory system. Heart pumps the blood in animals. Heart pumps the blood into the spaces, into the body cavity present in the body. In this type of the circulatory system, blood is closely contact with the tissues and the cells in the body. Okay, blood, circulatory blood is baths the organs and the tissues and the cells in the body. There is a close contact. Blood is closely contact with the tissues and the cells in this type. There is no blood vessels. There is no blood vessels. Blood is directly entered into the spaces present in the body from the heart. The type of the circulatory system is called open type. Open type circulatory system present in members of Arthropoda, Mollusca, Echinodermata, Urochordata. These are the one of the group of animals in the chordates. Okay, students, chordata includes with Urochordata. Next, closed type circulatory system. Closed type circulatory system, if you observe, okay, heart pumps the blood into the blood vessels. Blood is flows only through the blood vessels. These are arteries and veins, which shows the varies in the diameter in these blood vessels. Heart pumps the blood into the blood vessels. Okay, blood only flows through the blood vessels such as arteries, veins, arterioles, venules. Okay students, this type of the circulatory system is called closed type circulatory system. Example, annelids, cephalopods, it is the one of the class. Cephalopoda, one of the class, belongs from the phylum Mollusca. Which animals present in the class Cephalopoda of phylum Mollusca called cephalopods? Cephalochordates. Okay, these are the animals belongs from the phylum Chordata. And vertebrates means from the fishes to the mammals, fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals. These are vertebrates students. These are all the animals who shows the closed type circulatory system. Students, now discuss about diploblastic organization. Diploblastic organization present in some animals. Okay, animals which show diploblastic organization. Okay, animals, it is the one of the body plan, body arrangement, level of organization. Animals, in these animals, cells are arranged into 2 embryonic layers. Okay, if you observe the embryo stage of these animals, blastula is the one of the stage in the embryonic development. Blastula stage of the embryonic development, if you observe, the cells present in the blastula stage arranged into 2 layers. Okay, these are the 2 layers. One is the upper layer, outer layer, another one is the inner layer. These are called ectoderm and the endoderm. Students, which animal shows diploblastic organization? These cnidarians. Okay, these are the cnidarians, belongs from the phylum Cnidaria. Okay, in these cnidarians, one of the animal Aurelia, it is the marine animal, also called jellyfish or moon jelly. Next, ctenophores are the group animals. These are exclusively marine animals, only lives in the marine water, sea water. Okay, these are the ctenophores, belongs from the phylum Ctenophora. Okay, which animals present in the phylum Ctenophora called comb jellies? Okay students, what about this arrangement of these 2 layers? In this is the body wall students, this is the body wall, this is the body wall. Okay, already you know about the body plan of the hydra and body plan of the sponges. Okay, it is the body plan, like it shows the body wall, it is the body wall. Okay, this ectoderm, it is the one of the layer. Ectoderm gives the epidermis. Epidermis, it is the outer layer of the body wall. It is the student, it is the body wall, and outer layer of the body wall, it is the outer layer of the body wall, that is called epidermis. It is the epidermis student. Next, endoderm gives the gastrodermis. It is the gastrovascular cavity students. The body cavity present in these animals which shows the diploblastic organization. This is the body cavity, is called gastrovascular cavity. Okay, gastrovascular cavity is also called gut cavity. Gastrodermis lines the gut cavity. Student, it is the gastrodermis lines the gut cavity. It is the gut cavity. Gut cavity is lined by gastrodermis. Next, student, there is a mesoglia. There is a mesoglia present between these two layers. Between these two layers, student, it is the mesoglia. It is the mesoglia. Any one of the cells, any amount of the cells present in the mesoglia, these are obtained from, derived from the any one of the layer, ectoderm or the endoderm. Okay, which animals shows the diploblastic organization? These are all the animals shows the radially symmetry. Radially symmetry. Hence, these are called radially symmetrical animals. Aurelia, ctenophores, cnidarians, ctenophores are radially symmetric animals. Which animals show diploblastic organization? These are radially symmetric animals. Okay, student, it is the ectoderm. It is the ectoderm and it is the endoderm. Endoderm. Okay, student. Next, this is the gastrovascular cavity. The cavity present in the body of any animal, body cavity. Next, between ectoderm and the endoderm, there is another one of the matrix or substance called mesoglia. Next, and the triploblastic organization. Triploblastic organization present in animals, and animals developing embryo with a third layer that is called mesoderm. If you observe gastrula stage of the embryonic development of the animal must show after fertilization, that is the zygote is develops into gradual stage, morula, blastula, gastrula. In the gastrula stage, gastrula stage of the embryonic development of animal, that shows the third layer, which is located between the ectoderm and the endoderm. Okay, that is the third layer formed in these animals. Okay, so these are named with triploblastic animals. Okay, this is the organization is called triploblastic organization. Okay, student, this is the mesoderm. Mesoderm is newly formed between ectoderm and the endoderm. Example, which are the animals that shows triploblastic organization? Example, flatworms to chordates. Flatworms are the animals belongs from the phylum Platyhelminthes. Platyhelminthes to chordates. Platyhelminthes, nematoda, annelida, arthropoda, mollusca, echinodermata, hemichordata and chordata. Okay, these are all the animals shows triploblastic organization. So these are the animals are triploblastic animals. Next, in these animals, organ system level organization is present. Okay, in these animals, cells form tissues develop into organ systems. Organ system level organization is present in these triploblastic animals. Next, tissues organized to organs to form excretory system, nervous system, circulatory system, respiratory system and reproductive system, digestive system. Okay, students. Next, and which animal shows the triploblastic organization? Called triploblastic animals shows the bilaterally symmetry. These are the animals are called bilaterally symmetric animals. Okay, diploblastic animals are radially symmetric animals. Triploblastic animals are bilaterally symmetric animals. Okay, students, if you observe, diploblastic animals are radially symmetric animals. Triploblastic animals are bilaterally symmetric animals. Students, if you observe, this is the ectoderm, this is the ectoderm, this is the ectoderm, and this is the endoderm. Okay, next between these two layers, there is a mesoderm, ectoderm, mesoderm, endoderm. This is the space in the cavity, space in the inner part of the body, called body cavity. Empty space it is, that is body cavity. Okay, it is about triploblastic and diploblastic. Students, now symmetry. Symmetry is the one of the main feature present in animals. Okay, symmetry is the showing of the symmetry, passing of the symmetry is the one of the character by the animals. Okay, it also gives information about the organization of the animals. Importance of symmetry. Symmetry, that means what is the meaning of symmetry? It is a balanced arrangement of the body parts around a central point or axis. Animals that shows the principal axis or the central point. If you observe different body parts present in the inner part of the body. Okay, around a central point or the axis, balanced arrangement of the body parts, balanced arrangement, either sides, left side and right side. Okay, balanced arrangement of the body parts on either sides from the central point of the body or central axis of the body. Okay, student. Next, a body plane of metazoans show different kinds of symmetry. If you observe metazoans means multicellular animals. Multicellular animals, from the lower to high developed organisms, animals, shows different types of the symmetry, different kinds of the symmetry. All the metazoans does not shows the same type of the symmetry. Okay, this type of the symmetry is available in the metazoans in different forms, different kinds. These students, asymmetry, that means no symmetry. Symmetry is absent in these animals. Animals does not shows the any type of the symmetry, that is called asymmetry. Okay, next, animals cannot be cut into two equal parts in any plane, passes through center of the body. Okay, if you observe, animals cannot be cut into two equal parts. Animals cannot be cut into two equal parts. One of the plane means flat and lined. That is the flat end line, that is the plane passes through the central point of the body or the principal axis of the body. Animal cannot be cut into two equal parts. Impossible to divide of the animal into two equal parts. Okay, that is the plane passes through the center part of the body, center point of the body. Animal cannot be cut into two equal parts, left side and the right side. These are not equal. Okay, next, these are the animals called symmetrical animals. Symmetry is absent in these animals. Student, if you observe sponge, it is the body of the sponge. These are the pores. Okay, these are all pores. By the help of the pores, outer surrounding water enters into the spongiocele of the body. Okay, this is the sponge available in this shape. Another one of the sponge does not show the same type of the body plan, same size and the same shape. Another one of the sponge is available in different shape. Definite shape and size is absent in the sponges. Belongs from the poriferans. Sponges are the animals lives in marine water and the fresh water. which shows the cellular level organization. Okay, in these animals cells are loosely arranged. Cells are not developed into the tissues. Body wall shows two layers. One is the pinacoderm and the one is the choanoderm. Pinacoderm is with pinacocytes, porocytes. Okay, these are the pores with porocytes helps to receiving the water from the outer surroundings. Okay student, these are the sponges available, not available in different shape. Okay, and any plane that passes through the center part of the body, for example it is the center part. Okay, any plane that passes through the center part of the body, animal cannot be divided into two equal parts. Okay, this type of the symmetry is available in sponges. Another animals called asymmetric animals. Okay, example, sponges, adult gastropods. Already you know sponges and adult gastropods. Gastropods are belongs from the phylum Mollusca. Okay, phylum Mollusca, if you observe, phylum Mollusca, one of the class is there, that is Gastropoda. Gastropoda consist animals called gastropods. For example, snail, apple snail. Okay students, this larva stage of the apple snail shows the bilateral symmetry, one of the symmetry. But adult one, when it is growth into adults, it loses its symmetry. Okay, and shows the asymmetry. Symmetry is losses, but it is available in larva stage of that animal in the life history. Okay, adult gastropods does not shows the symmetry. These are the examples. Sponges, adult gastropods are the example for animals showing asymmetry. Student, animals not yet definite right or left sides, and organisms do not develop sensory and locomotory functions. Okay students, these are the organisms. If you observe sponges are attaches to the base. Okay, movement is not available from the sponges. Locomotion is absent in the sponges. These are attached to the one of the base, any one of the base, entire lifetime. Locomotion is absent, movement is absent in the sponges, attaches to the base. Okay, next, sensory functions also absent, do not develop. Sensory functions, sensory cells, nerve cells are absent in the sponges, and sensory functions is also absent in animals, which shows the asymmetry. Next, symmetry students. Symmetry, animals can be cut into two equal parts in one or more plane passing through principal axis of the body. The type of the animals are called symmetric animals. Which are the animals called symmetric animals? Symmetric animals shows the symmetry. In these animals, one of the plane that passing through the central part of the body, central point of the body. Okay, that is the plane passing through the principal axis of the body. Animals can be divided into two equal parts, two equal right and the left parts. These are the animals are called symmetric animals. Paired body parts arranges on either sides of plane passing through principal axis, and unpaired body parts. Any one of the body part is available in single, only one, not a paired. that unpaired body parts are locates on a plane passing through the principal axis. When the plane is passing through the principal axis, at the passing region of the passing of the plane, there is a location or availability of the unpaired organs, unpaired body parts. Okay, this is about the symmetry. Students, radial symmetry or monoaxial heteropolar symmetry. Which animals shows the radial symmetry or monoaxial heteropolar symmetry? Monoaxial means axis is single. Heteropolar, poles are different, having differ in poles. Symmetry. Axis is single axis in these animals, poles different, and that is the single axis is principal axis. It is also called oroarboreal axis. Oroarboreal axis, that is the axis is through the mouth and without having the mouth. Oro, students, oro means having mouth of that side having mouth. Oral means arboreal, that means does not having the mouth, that side does not having the mouth. Okay, hence that is the axis is with mouth and the without mouth, hence the name oroarboreal axis. Students, having many planes in this type of the symmetry. Any plane that passing through the central axis of the body that divides the organism into two equal parts, that is called radially symmetric animals. The passing of the showing of the symmetry is called radial symmetry. Okay, any plane, not a single plane, any plane that passing through the central axis of the body, the animal can be divided into right and the left or two equal parts, that is called radial symmetry. Okay, these animals are sessile forms. Sessile means attaches to the base. Entire the body of animal attaches to the base. Sessile. Next, planktonic means these are aquatic animals, water animals, does not have the propel in water, either drift in water or float on the water. Planktonic forms. Next, sluggish animals means slow moving animals on the land. Okay, these are radially symmetric animals available in sessile forms, planktonic forms or sluggish forms. Next, which animals shows the radial symmetry? Cnidarians and ctenophores. Animals belongs from the Cnidaria, phylum Cnidaria, and from the Ctenophora. Ctenophores are marine animals, only present in lives in the marine water. Animals from these two phylums are shows the radial symmetry, lives in water and respond equally to stimuli that are arrived from the surrounding areas of the animal. Next, students, triploblastic animals, actually these are the animals does not shows the radial symmetry. Triploblastic animals shows the bilateral symmetry, but some animals belongs from the Echinodermata, phylum Echinodermata, belongs from the echinoderms, Example, starfish or the sea star shows secondarily radially symmetric animals. Secondarily, these animals shows the radial symmetry. Okay, larva stage of the sea star or starfish shows the bilateral symmetry. When it is develops into the adult one, growth into the adult form, that loses its bilateral symmetry and shows the pentamerous radial symmetry, that is called pentamerous radial symmetry. Student, having five planes, if you observe symmetry of the starfish, this is the one plane, passing through the central axis, body can be divided into two equal parts. It is the another one of the plane, the body can be divided into right and the left side, and it is the one of the plane, body can be divided into two equal parts. Okay, there are five planes, 1 2 3 4 5 planes are there. Okay, any one of the plane that passes through the central axis of the body can be divided into two equal parts. Sea star showing pentamerous radial symmetry. Students, next another, if you observe body plan of the hydra. Student, it is the hydra, these are the tentacles which helps in locomotion and the collection of the food particle, injection of the food into the body. These are tentacles. Okay, this is the hydra. Okay, having two planes is there, one is the plane 1, this is the plane 1. Okay student, it is the plane 1. Next another plane 2, it is the plane 2. Any one of the plane that passes through the central axis, principal axis, it is the central axis, principal axis, it is also called oroarboreal axis. Student, if you observe this side having the mouth, okay, so it is called oral, and if you observe ventral side does not have the mouth, so it is called arboreal. If you observe dorsal side having the mouth, dorsal side having the mouth, it is called oral. Okay, this is the central axis is with the mouth and the without mouth, hence it is the axis called oroarboreal axis. Okay, any one of the plane that passes through the central axis of the body of hydra is divided into two equal parts. Okay, that is called radial symmetry. Okay student, radial symmetry is shown by the hydra, belongs from the phylum Cnidaria. Sea star shows the pentamerous radial symmetry, belongs from the phylum Echinodermata. Okay, about bilateral symmetry. In the bilateral symmetry, axis is anterior-posterior axis. Okay, next plane, median sagittal plane, that is the plane passes through the middle part of the body. Sagittal means longitudinal plane, important plane, that is the plane divides the body into two identical parts, two equal right and the left parts. Okay, next body divides into two identical parts. One of the plane, that is the medial plane or the sagittal plane, longitudinal plane that passes through the single axis, that is the anterior posterior axis. axis is anterior posterior axis. The body can be divided into two equal parts, two identical parts. The type of the symmetry is called bilateral symmetry. Which animal shows the bilateral symmetry? That animals are called bilaterally symmetric animals. Okay. Next, triploblastic animals. Triploblastic animals from the platyhelminthes to the chordates up to the high developed metazoans or the vertebrates. All the animals shows the bilateral symmetry. Okay, some amount of the exceptions also there. For example, in the gastropods, larva stage of the gastropods shows the bilateral symmetry, and when it is develops into the adult form, that is loses its symmetry and shows the asymmetry. Next students, another, if you observe starfish which is belong from the echinoderms, okay, that is the starfish at the larva stage, larva of the starfish, that shows the bilateral symmetry, and when it is develops into the adult one, that shows the pentamerous radial symmetry. Okay, if you observe. Next, animals more efficient in seeking food, locating mates, avoiding or escaping from the predators. From the predators, these are the animals shows bilaterally symmetric animals. These are easily escape from the avoiding from the predators. Okay. Next, another locating mates where the mate is available, that is the location is easily observed by these animals. Next, seeking food, searching of the food particles is also easily by the bilaterally symmetric animals. Okay. Next, cephalization is available. These are all the activities performed by bilaterally symmetric animals by the presence of the cephalization in these animals. What is the meaning of the cephalization? Students, concentration of the nerve cells and the sensory cells, concentration of the sensory organs at the anterior part of the body, anterior portion of the body. That is called cephalization. Because of the cephalization, these are the animals respond more efficiently and quickly to the sense or stimuli which is came from the outer surrounding areas of other directions or environment areas. Okay, students, if you observe, this is the fish belongs from the vertebrates or the chordates. Okay, if you observe, this is the plane, student, this is the plane, this is the plane, this is the plane, student, this is the plane is called median or sagittal plane. This is the sagittal plane, longitudinal plane, median longitudinal plane that passes through the single axis, central axis. Okay, it is the axis, students, it is the axis. Okay, it is the axis from the anterior to the posterior, that is the axis is called longitudinal axis. Okay, it is the median or the sagittal plane that passes through the longitudinal axis. The animal can be divided into equal right and the left parts. Okay, next students, it is the another one of the plane, students, another one of the plane. This is called transverse plane or cross section. It is the plane, student, it is the transverse plane or the cross section. And the students, this is the anterior part of the body. anterior part of the body where the nerve cells sensory organs are concentrated mainly, that is the anterior part. And posterior, it is the posterior part, student, it is the posterior part, it is the posterior part, it is the anterior part, it is the posterior part. And student, it is the dorsal part of the body, it is the dorsal part, student, it is the dorsal part. Okay, next it is the ventral part, it is the ventral part. Okay, student, these are the different parts externally shows by the bilateral symmetric animals. Which animals shows the bilateral symmetry? These are the animals shows the head at the anterior portion of the body and tail at the posterior portion of the body. Students, there are total 3 types of the symmetry present in the animals. In this, first one is asymmetry. Asymmetry means animals does not shows the any type of the symmetry. Animal cannot be divided into 2 equal parts. Any plane that passes through the central point of the body, the animal cannot be divided into 2 equal parts, because that one is the animal does not have that definite shape. Okay, example, sponges and the adult gastropods. Students, and the radial symmetry. In this radial symmetry, axis is single. Okay, that is the axis is called principal axis. That is oroaboral axis. That is the plane passes through the principal axis, oroaboral axis. The animal can be divided into 2 equal parts. Which animal shows the radial symmetry? Cnidarians and the ctenophores. Cnidarians and ctenophores shows the radial symmetry. These are the animals available in planktonic form, sluggish forms and sessile forms. Okay, next another one is in this radial symmetry. Starfish belongs from the echinoderms. Adult starfish, that shows the pentamerous radial symmetry, and larva shows the bilateral symmetry. And final one is bilateral symmetry. In this plane is median sagittal plane, median longitudinal plane. Axis is anterior posterior axis. Okay, one of the plane that passes through the anterior posterior axis. The animal's body can be divided into 2 identical parts. Okay, that is the symmetry is called bilateral symmetry. Triploblastic animals shows the bilateral symmetry. Diploblastic animals shows the radial symmetry. Okay, which animals shows the cellular level organization? Shows the asymmetry. Okay, students, today's topic is coelom. Okay, in this coelom is the term coined by Ernest Haeckel. Haeckel is the scientist who coined the term coelom. It is a large fluid-filled space or cavity between body wall and visceral organs, lined by mesodermal epithelium, the peritoneum. Student, it is the coelom is the body cavity or the space between the visceral organs and the body wall. Student, it is the body wall, students. It is the body wall, and this is a gutted tube, students. And this is the provide space for the location of the different types of the visceral organs. Visceral organs means internal organs. This is a space for the Availability of the visceral organs. This is the gut tube, food tube, student. And this is the body wall. Both the side having body wall. Student, this is a space. This is a space between the body wall and the visceral organs and also with the gut tube. There is a space between the food tube and the visceral organs with the body wall. That is, the space is called body cavity or the coelom or secondary body cavity, also called perivisceral cavity, student. Okay, and it is the body cavity. It is the body cavity, student. Entire this is the body cavity. This is the body cavity, and totally this is lined with the mesodermal epithelium, that is the peritoneum. Entire the body cavity is lined with, surrounded with the mesoderm layer, that is the layer derived from, obtained from the mesodermal epithelium, that is called peritoneum, student. Next, on the base of coelom, animals are three types. Which type of the coelom present in the animals? On the base of the presentation of the coelom in the animals are three types. In this first one is acoelomates. Acoelomates. The acoelomates, these are bilaterian animals. Acoelomates means body cavity is absent. Acoelomates, perivisceral cavity, body cavity, or coelom, true coelom is absent in these animals. Okay, these are bilaterian animals, students. Are not all bilaterian animals. Some amount of the bilaterian animals are act as a acoelomates. Acoelomates means animals does not have body cavity. Example, which animals, which are the bilaterians that shows the acoelom, that is platyhelminthes. The flatworms belongs from the phylum Platyhelminthes. These are the bilaterians, does not have the body cavity or perivisceral cavity. Student, mesoderm derives mesenchyme. Mesoderm, it is produces mesenchyme. Mesoderm produces mesenchyme fluid. Mesenchyme tissue fluid occupies the space between the ectoderm, endoderm. Student, there is a three germinal layers formed at the development of the embryonic system of the animal. These are ectoderm, endoderm. Between these two, there is another one of the layer, that is mesoderm. Mesoderm, in these animals, mesoderm produces mesenchyme fluid. That is, the mesenchyme fluid occupies the portion of the blastocele. Already you know about blastocele. It is the one of the cavity space at the stage of the blastula in embryonic development. Student, you know about the blastula stage. This is the student. It is the morula. Morula is a small ball-shaped like structure. It is the group of the cells arranged in the form of the ball-like shape. Okay, this is the blastula, student. Entire, it is the blastula. Blastula is formed from the stage of the morula. Student, already you know about the fertilization between the male and the female gamete that forms the zygote. Okay, zygote develops into the goes to the division and forms the morula. This is the morula, student. At the stage of the morula, this is inner part of the group cells or goes to the destruction, disappear and form the space. This is the space is called blastocele. Blastocele. After morula is developed into the blastula. Blastula is with a space, inner space, that is called blastocele. It is the blastocele is considered as a primary body cavity. Okay, it is the first body cavity in the developmental history of the animal. Okay, this is the space is called blastocele. Blastocele is also called primary body cavity. Okay. Mesoderm produces mesenchyme fluid. Mesenchyme fluid. It occupies the space between the ectoderm and the endoderm, and entire the mesenchyme is also occupies the blastocele. Okay, student, it is the mesenchyme fluid occupies this blastocele space. Blastocele is the space. Blastocele is the space is occupied by the mesenchyme fluid. Okay, student. And in this, student, so adult animal absence of the primary cavity, because blastocele portion is occupied by the mesenchyme fluid. So adult animal is with the absence of the primary body cavity or the blastocele. Okay, and also with the absence of the secondary body cavity. Secondary body cavity, that is coelom, true coelom or perivisceral cavity. Entire the space between the ectoderm and the endoderm is occupied by the mesenchyme fluid. Okay, entire the blastocele or the primary body cavity is occupied by the mesenchyme fluid derived from the mesoderm. Okay, exhibit solid body plan. These are the animals exhibit solid body plan. Animals exhibit a solid body plan because most amount of this space is occupied by this total space is occupied by the mesenchyme fluid. Since the space filled with the mesenchyme fluid, total space filled with the mesenchyme fluid. Next, internal organs cannot move freely due to the absence of the cavity. Student, it is the cavity. It is the cavity. There is a internal organs are there. Student, this is the space for the location of the internal organs. There is a internal organs. Okay, some amount of the organs is located in this place. Okay, these are the internal organs are cannot move freely. Okay, due to the absence of the cavity. Body cavity is absent. By this, internal organs locates in the space. In this space, cannot move freely, and diffusion of the material from the gut to the body wall is also slow. Student, it is the gut wall or the food tube, and digested food particles diffusion to the outside. Okay, and transports to the outside. It is very slow because of absence of the body cavity. Diffusion of the material from the gut to the body parts or the body wall. Diffusion of the food particles. Diffusion of the food particles from the food tube or the gut to the body wall is also slow in this type of the animals. Students, it is the diagrammatic part which shows about the body cavity, presentation of the body cavity in coelomates. In these, students, it is the ectoderm. It is the ectoderm that forms the body wall. Okay, it is the body wall. Okay, student, it is the body wall. Ectoderm that forms the body wall. Next, this is the endoderm, student. Endoderm, it is the under one of the layer. Endoderm, student. Endoderm, it is the under one of the layer. It is the ectoderm that forms the body wall. It is the endoderm that forms the food tube or the gut. Wall of the food tube, wall of the gut, digestive tract. It is formed by the endoderm. And between the ectoderm and the endoderm, between the body wall and the gut. Okay, that is the space. There is a space. That is the space is totally filled with the mesenchymal fluid. Now about pseudocoelomates, animals that shows the pseudocoelom called pseudocoelomates. Okay, presence of false coelom or perivisceral cavity. Student, perivisceral cavity means coelom or secondary body cavity. It is obtained from the mesoderm layer or third layer between the ectoderm and the endoderm. Okay, student, in this, these pseudocoelomates have false coelom. That means it is not produced by the mesoderm. Okay, so it is called false coelom. When the animals shows the body cavity or the coelom between the body wall and the food tube, or between the body wall and the visceral organs, that is the cavity is also formed by the mesoderm, that is called true coelom or perivisceral cavity. Student, in this, body cavity is not lined with the mesoderm. Student, if you observe the TS of the pseudocoelomate means one of the animal that shows the pseudocoelomate. TS, transverse section of the body plan of the pseudocoelomate. Student, it is the body wall. Student, it is the body wall. Body wall formed by ectoderm. Next, student, it is the mesoderm. Student. It is the line indicates the mesoderm. It is the mesoderm is attached to the ectoderm. It is the mesoderm adjacent to the ectoderm. Okay. Next, endoderm, student. It is the endoderm that also forms the gut wall, food tube, wall of the food tube, wall of the gastrointestinal tract, wall of the gut is lined with the cells of the endoderm. Endoderm forms the food tube and gut wall forms by ectoderm. Student, it is the body plan. It is the student, it is the body wall and it is the food tube. Okay. It is the food tube is formed by endoderm. It is the body wall that is lined by and formed by the ectoderm. And third layer is also present. It is adjacent to the ectoderm. It is the ectoderm. Student, it is the mesoderm. Mesoderm is attached to the inner part of the inner surface of the ectoderm. It is the ectoderm, it is the mesoderm, it is the endoderm. It is the ectoderm, and it is the mesoderm. Mesoderm attaches to the ectoderm, and it is the endoderm. Student, it is the body wall. It is the food tube. The space between these two, it is cavity. It is the cavity is not lined with the, it is not lined with the, it is the body cavity is not lined with the mesoderm, so it is not passes the coelom. It is not shows the secondary coelom or the true coelom because it is not lined with the mesoderm layer. It is not lined with the mesoderm layer. Mesoderm is attached to the inner surface of the ectoderm. Student, it is the food tube. It is the food tube. Okay, and this is a space for the location of the different internal organs. Internal organs present in the space of the body called visceral organs. Visceral organs. Internal organs present in the inner part of the body called visceral organs. Okay, the space between the visceral organs, that is also called body cavity. Okay, student, in this body cavity is not lined with the mesoderm. It is the body cavity, student. It is the body cavity. It is the body cavity. It is not lined with the mesoderm. Student, it is the food tube. It is not lined with the mesoderm. Mesoderm occupies the only inner surface of the ectoderm. Next, which animals shows the pseudocoelom? Nematoda. Animals from phylum Nematoda and animals from the phylum Rotifera. Nematodes, the animals present in the phylum Nematoda called nematodes. These are also called roundworms. Next, student, mesoderm occupies only a part of blastocele, joins with the ectoderm. Student, in this, it is the mesoderm. Mesoderm is joins with the ectoderm. Okay. Next, it is the mesoderm. Mesoderm is the middle layer present between the ectoderm and the endoderm. This is the mesoderm is occupies the some amount of the portion of the blastocele. Already you know blastocele. Okay, the portion of the some amount of the portion of the blastocele is occupies with the mesoderm, and it is also adjacent to the and attaches to the joining with the ectoderm. Next, unoccupied portion, not total the portion of the blastocele or primary body cavity is occupied by the mesoderm. Total the portion of the blastocele is not occupied by the mesoderm. Mesoderm occupies small portion, some amount of the portion of the blastocele, which is formed at the blastula stage of the embryo. Student, and unoccupied portion of the blastocele is persist as a body cavity, persist as it develops into the pseudocoelom. Okay, it is the coelom, it is the pseudocoelom, not develops from the mesoderm. It is the unoccupied portion of the blastocele. Okay, it is obtained from the portion of the blastocele, hence it is called pseudocoelom. Okay, so it is called false coelom. It is not a true coelom. True coelom, it is produced from the mesoderm layer. It is the unoccupied portion of the blastocele. Okay, next, pseudocoelom filled with the pseudocoelomic fluid. Student, it is the pseudocoelom totally filled with the one type of the fluid, that is the fluid is called pseudocoelomic fluid. Student, it is the pseudocoelom. It is the pseudocoelom totally filled with the fluid, that is the fluid is called pseudocoelomic fluid. Next, animals exhibit tube within a tube organization. Student, it is the one of the body wall of animal and arranged in a tube like manner. Next, it is the another one of the tube present in the tube like arrangement. This is the tube. This is the tube within a tube. Within a tube. Student, these are the animals shows the exhibit the tube within a tube organization. That means body wall, entire the body wall of the animal is arranged as a tube like arrangement, tube like structure, and it is with the one of the tube in the middle part. So it is the tube within a tube organization. Which animals shows the tube within a tube organization? Nematodes and the rotifers. Pseudocoelomates shows the tube within a tube organization. Next, nematodes, cnidarians, flatworms. Cnidarians, flatworms. Flatworms belongs from the phylum of the Platyhelminthes. Cnidarians, flatworms have incomplete gut. So it is, these are exhibit blind sac plan. Student, incomplete gut means, student, if you observe cnidarians and the flatworms, it is the body wall of the animal, and it is the food tube, students. It is the food tube. Okay, it is the food tube is with the opening with the mouth to outside. Okay, open to the outside with the mouth. Okay, there is no anus. Anus is absent at the posterior part. It is the mouth is for the ingestion of the food and the exit of the egestion of the indigested food particles. Okay, excretory products, undigested products is also exit through the mouth, and ingestion of the food particles through the mouth. It is the gut is with the single opening. It is acting as a mouth and the anus. It is present in cnidarians and the flatworms. Okay, gut tube is with a single opening, that is considered as a mouth. Mouth is for the ingestion and the egestion, taking of the food particle and the exit of the not digested food particles. Okay, this is the gut is with a single opening, so it is called incomplete gut. Cnidarians, flatworms have incomplete gut. So shows the blind sac plan. Blind sac plan. Next, nematodes to chordates. Nematode to chordates. Phylum, the animals present in phylum Nematoda to the phylum Chordata exhibit tube within a tube organization. Tube within a tube plan. Next, student, gut wall. If you observe gut wall means food tube. It is totally lined with the endoderm, formed with the endoderm. This is the food tube or gut wall. Okay. Next, in this, by endodermal epithelium, it is formed by epithelial cells of the endoderm layer, and diffusion of the digestive food from lumen of gut to surrounding pseudocoelomic fluid become easier to surroundings. Pseudocoelomic fluid become easier. Okay, student, it is in this diffusion of the digestive food particles. Food is digested in the food tube. Food is going to the digestion, going to the physical digestion and the chemical digestion in the food tube. Okay, where the food is digested, this is easily entered into the supplies to the body parts and entered into the body wall and diffuses into the different body parts by the presence of the pseudocoelomic fluid is become easier. Next, circulatory system is absent in these animals. Circulatory system is absent. Okay. Next, pseudocoelomic fluid act as hydrostatic skeleton. It is the space between these two, between the food tube and the body wall. The space between these two totally occupied with, filled with the pseudocoelomic fluid. This is the pseudocoelomic fluid is acting as a hydrostatic skeleton. Hydrostatic means fluid state of the fluid. This is totally filled with the fluid, so it is acting as a hydrostatic skeleton, hydrostatic bony structure, and also act as shock absorber. Next, allows free movement of the visceral organs. This is the space, student. This is the space between the body wall and the food tube, body wall and the visceral organs. Also allows the free movement of the any organs present in these regions. These regions shows the any amount of the organs, visceral organs or the body parts. These are going to the free movement by the presentation of the pseudocoelomic fluid, and at the same time helps in, this is the pseudocoelomic fluid helps in circulation of the food particles, circulation of the nutrients, and pseudocoelomic fluid, this is also stores the amount of the nitrogenous waste products produced by body cells. Students, now eucoelomate bilaterians. Eucoelomate bilaterians means these are the bilaterally symmetric animals that shows the eucoelom. In this, animals with true body cavity, animals have true body cavity, true coelom. That means it is the coelom derived from the mesodermal epithelium, totally lined with mesoderm. Okay, students, if you observe, this is the body wall, this is the body wall of the animal. Next, it is the food tube, student, it is the food tube. Okay, this is the body wall, this is the body wall. Okay, in this totally lined with mesoderm. Mesodermal epithelium lines the body cavity. Body cavity totally lines with the mesodermal epithelium. That means this is the gut cavity lines with mesoderm, and inner surface of the body wall also lined with the mesoderm. Student, outer surface of the gut wall or the food tube lined with the mesoderm epithelium, and inner surface of the body wall also lines with the mesodermal epithelium. This is the space between the gut wall and the body wall. The body cavity totally lines by mesodermal epithelium. This is the coelom. Now it is called true coelom. Okay, this is also called perivisceral cavity. It is between the body wall and the visceral organs also. Visceral organs means viscera present in the body cavity. Viscera present in the body cavity. This is the viscera, student. Viscera means location of the internal organs. Internal organ placed in this body cavity. These are also lines with the mesodermal epithelium. Kidney, lungs, and heart, gastrointestinal tract, food tube, these are placed in this region and surrounded with the mesodermal epithelium also, hence called visceral organs, totally called viscera. Next, mesodermal epithelium, that is called peritoneum. Peritoneum, mesodermal epithelium called peritoneum, student. It underlines the body wall, student. It is the body wall. It is the body wall. Body wall is lined by mesodermal epithelium, that is the peritoneum called parietal peritoneum or somatic peritoneum. Okay, mesodermal epithelia. The peritoneum lines the inner surface of the body wall, lines the inner surface. Student, it is the body wall, it is the inner surface, it is the outer surface. Inner surface lined with the mesodermal peritoneum, that is called parietal peritoneum or somatic peritoneum. Next, it lines the visceral organs. Student, any organs present in this region, these are also surrounded with the peritoneum from the mesoderm, that is called visceral peritoneum or splanchnic peritoneum. Next, and the mesentery. What is the mesentery? Mesentery, that means double layered peritoneum from the mesoderm. Double layered peritoneum connects the visceral organs to body wall. Student, any visceral organ present in this region, that is connected to the body wall, double layered by the help of this is the visceral organ connected to the body wall. Any one of the organ present in the body cavity, present in the space, that is the organ connected to the body wall by the help of the double layered peritoneum. That is the connection between the visceral organ to the body wall, that is called mesentery. Okay, dorsal ventral mesenteries divides coelom into paired compartments. Dorsal mesentery and the ventral mesentery. Mesentery present at the dorsal part of the animal. Mesentery present at the ventral part of the animal, ventral part of the body cavity. Okay, that divides the coelom, divides the entire the part of the coelom into room like chambers, into chambers. Okay, these are called paired compartments. Okay, mesenteries, dorsal mesenteries, ventral mesenteries divide the coelom into compartment, paired compartments. Next, retroperitoneal organs. Retroperitoneal organs, that means students in vertebrates. Vertebrates means from the fishes to the mammals. Fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals. These are vertebrates having vertebral column or the backbone at the dorsal part. When in vertebrates, some organs ventral side covered with parietal peritoneum. Students, covered with parietal peritoneum. Okay, students, this in vertebrates, some organs ventral surface or the ventral side covered with the parietal peritoneum. Student, it is the parietal peritoneum. It is the parietal peritoneum from the mesoderm. Covers the ventral side of organ. Some of the organs present in the body cavity, ventral side is covered by parietal peritoneum and dorsally attaches to the body wall. Student, it is the one of the organ. For example, in the body, one of the organ, it is the food tube. Student, it is the food tube, it is the body wall. Okay, in this organ ventral side covered. Student, it is the ventral side, it is the ventral side of the organ, it is the dorsal side of the organ, it is the ventral side of the organ, it is the ventral side. Ventral side is covered by parietal peritoneum, and it is the dorsal side. Dorsal side is attaches to the inner surface of the body wall, attaches to the body wall. It is the organ dorsally attaches to the body wall. Okay, Next, ventral surface is attaches with the parietal peritoneum. The type of the organs present in the vertebrates is called retroperitoneal organs. For example, kidneys. Example, kidneys. Okay, student. Kidneys in the vertebrates. Next, blastocele is replaced with truculum. Entire the blastocele, which is formed in the blastula of the blastocele, that is totally replaced by coelom, truculum. Okay, by which is developed by mesoderm. Mesoderm develops the body cavity. It is the total the body cavity is developed by the mesoderm. It replaces the blastocele of the embryo of the embryonic system, okay, of animal. So it is called secondary body cavity. Blastocele is the primary body cavity. Okay, when it is replaced with the mesoderm and forms the truculum, that is called secondary body cavity or perivisceral cavity. Next, visceral organs are muscular, freely moves in the body cavity. Student, the organs present in the body cavity, these are covered with the peritoneum. When these are covered with the mesoderm, covered with the peritoneum of the mesoderm, these are become into muscular and allows the free movement, and it is these are the organs also goes to free movement in the body cavity. Okay, next, gut wall become thick and muscular, student, because attachment of the gut wall with the peritoneum, with the mesoderm. This is the gut wall, student. This is the food tube or gut tube. This is the wall of the food tube. This is attaches with the mesodermal peritoneum, and food tube is also becomes into thick and the muscular, and food tube gastrointestinal tract also shows the peristaltic movement. Okay, and at this same time, the digested food particles in the food tube is not diffuses into the coelomic fluid, not entered into the coelom, because the food tube is most thickened and the muscular. Okay, and at the same time, there is a circulatory system is developed in these animals. Which animals shows the eucoelom, truculum? In these animals, circulatory system is developed. Okay, to passage of the transport of the digested food particles into the body part. Okay, food particles are not diffuses to the outside, not supplies from the food tube to the coelom. To overcome this problem in these animals, circulatory system is well developed. Okay, cardiovascular system, blood transport system is well developed in these animals to supplying the food particles to the body parts, different body parts in animal. Okay, and based on the formation of the coelom, based on the formation of the eucoelom in these animals, eucoelomates are two types. Okay, eucoelomate means the animal shows the eucoelom, the animal is with the truculum. Okay, eucoelomates are two types. One is the schizocoelomates, another one is enterocoelomates. Students, now discuss about schizocoelomates and enterocoelomates. Schizocoelomates, in this coelom by splitting of the mesoderm. Which animal shows the schizocoelom? Called schizocoelomates. In this, Cytocoelom is formed by splitting of the mesoderm layer. Okay, and which animal shows this type of the coelom? Annelids, arthropods, mollusks. Animals from the phylum Annelida and phylum Arthropoda, phylum Mollusca shows the cytocoelom. Okay, in this 4D blastomere is there, are also called mesentoblast cell. It is the one of the cell that is present at the early embryonic stage of the embryonic stage of animal. It is the one of the cell which is present in the early embryo of the development history of the animal, and it is the cell goes to the division and forms the many mesodermal blocks. Mesodermal blocks means square shaped cells. Many mesodermal blocks, these are located or present between the ectoderm and the endoderm. Okay, next each one of the block which is formed from the 4D blastomere are the mesentoblast cells, and each block goes to the split and form the cytocoelom. Okay student, next if you observe diagrammatic part about the formation of the cytocoelom, in this is the ectoderm student, this is the ectoderm, this is the wall of the archenteron wall. Okay, and archenteron opens to outside by the blastopore. Okay, this is the blastopore. In future it is develops into the mouth. In which animals blastopore develops into the mouth, that animals are called protostomes, and opposite to the mouth anus forms later. Okay, it is the anus. Okay, archenteron, wall of the archenteron goes to the development of the alimentary canal student. It is opens with mouth and the anus. Next, between these two there is a mesentoblast cell, and mesentoblast cell goes to the division and forms the mesodermal blocks. These are mesodermal blocks. Mesodermal blocks goes to the split between the endoderm and the ectoderm, and occupies the space between these two layers called ectoderm and the endoderm. This is the mesoderm. Entire occupies the space between the body wall and the food tube. Okay, this is a cytocoelom student. Cytocoelom entirely covered with the mesoderm layer. Okay, it is the archenteron student. Archenteron opens to the outside by the help of the mouth. Next, in annelids, if you observe, it is the cytocoelom is in the form of the paired coelomic cavities. Student, if you observe annelid animal like earthworm or leeches, okay, mainly in this food tube is there. This is the food tube, this is the body wall. Okay, it is the body cavity or the coelom, cytocoelom, or perivisceral cavity, true coelom. Okay, it is the true coelom is divided into paired cavities, paired chamber like structures. Okay, in annelids only. This is the perivisceral cavity which is present in these animals called true coelom. True coelom, because it is derived from the mesoderm layer, splitting of the mesoderm layer between the ectoderm and the endoderm. Next, in arthropods and molluscans, animals from the phylum Arthropoda, animals from the phylum Mollusca. This is the body cavity or the cytocoelom surrounds the visceral organs. Visceral organs means internal organs present in the body cavity. Totally filled with the hemolymph or the blood. Hemolymph means blood, students. Blood of the circulatory system. It is the body cavity or the schizoscope present in the molluscs and the arthropods totally filled with the blood, and it is occupies the or replaces the blastocele of the embryonic system, and it surrounds the viscera of the body cavity of internal body. Okay, it is the coelom totally filled with the blood or the hemolymph, hence it is called hemolymph. Okay, next enterocoelomates. Enterocoelomates have the true coelom. It is the coelom is formed from the mesodermal pouches, which is evaginate from the archenteron or the primitive gut. Student, this is the archenteron. Wall of the archenteron opens to the outside with the help of the blastopore. It is the blastopore in future develops into the anus. Okay, blastopore develops into the anus in these animals. That animals are called deuterostomes. Okay, and opposite to the anus, mouth forms later. Okay, it is the wall of the archenteron. It is the ectoderm. Okay, from the wall of the archenteron, small pouches are arises from the mesoderm. Mesoderm shows small pouches like arrangements from the wall of the archenteron. Archenteron out packets to form the coelom. Student, these are the mesodermal out pouches from the archenteron. From the wall of the archenteron, mesodermal pouches are originate. These are the small mesodermal pouches fused with each other, and entire occupies the blastocele and the space between the ectoderm and the endoderm. This is the mesoderm also attaches to the wall of the archenteron. Student, these are the mesodermal pouches. Archenteron pouches are fused with each other and forms the body cavity and occupies the entire the blastocele and forms the enterocoelom. Student, it is the enterocoelom. This is the mesodermal layer. Okay, it is the food tube. Primitive gut, primitive, that means first food tube. Archenteron, it is develops into the alimentary canal, food tube. Okay, next student, which animals shows the enterocoelom? Animals from echinodermata, animals from hemichordata, animals from chordata. These are all the animals: echinoderms, hemichordates, chordates have the enterocoelom. Schizoscope, that means body cavity true coelom formed by the splitting of the mesoderm layer. Splitting of the mesoderm layer between ectoderm and the endoderm. Next, enterocoelom means these are the in the animals. Coelom is produces from the mesodermal pouches or evaginate. Pouches are evaginate from the wall of the archenteron. These are the pouches fused with each other and form the coelom. Okay, coelom is formed by fusion of the archenteron pouches, occupies the blastocele and fused with each other. Okay student, it is about the schizoscoelomates and the enterocoelomates. Students, now discuss about advantage of coelom over pseudocoelom. Okay, what about the additional advantages presence of the coelom than the pseudocoelom in the animals? Okay, in this advantage of the eucoelom, true coelom, perivisceral cavity present in the animals. These visceral organs become muscular. Okay, visceral organs are becomes into muscular due to the attachment of the covering of the mesoderm layer. Okay, mesoderm is present. This is the mesoderm is attaches to the visceral organs, attaches to the all the visceral organs are surrounds with the peritoneal layer of the mesoderm, surrounds with the mesodermal epithelium. Okay, because of attachment of the mesoderm with the visceral organs or the internal organs, these are becomes into muscular. Okay, and these are the organs because presence of the muscles shows the contraction and the relaxation, moves freely in the body cavity or true coelom in the animals. Okay students, next, for example, if you observe peristaltic movement of alimentary canal, alimentary canal or the food tube shows the peristaltic movement which is helpful for the digestion of the physiological digestion and chemical digestion of the food particles and easily passage of the digestive food particles through the lumen of the food tube. Okay student, this is possible by the attachment of the mesoderm to the food tube. Okay, because of presence of the these are the peristaltic movement of the food tube possible by the presence of the muscles. Okay, in the food tube, muscles are formed by the attachment of the mesoderm with the food tube. Next student, gametes released into coelom. Gametes are released into the coelom in some of the animals, mostly in female vertebrates. In some female vertebrates, vertebrates are from the, these are the vertebrates students, animals are called vertebrates. Why these are called vertebrates? Having the backbone, having the vertebral column at the dorsal position of the animal. Some amount of the female vertebrates with the absence of the gonoducts. Gonoducts, ducts means tube-like arrangement that transfers the gametes. Ovaries, testes produces gametes. These are reaches into the target place via the gonoducts, ducts of the gametes. Okay, these are the absents in some female vertebrates. Gonoducts are absent, but gametes are releases from the reproductive organs, ovary, such as ovary and the testis. These are reaches into the entered into the coelom, entered into the coelom by the presence of the body cavity or the true coelom. It receives gametes from the coelom, receives gametes from the reproductive organs due to the absence of the gonoducts. Next, third one, coelomic fluid receives excretory products before elimination. Student, if you observe in non-chordates means these are not chordate animals. These are invertebrates from the Porifera, phylum Porifera. Animals belongs from the phylum Porifera to the hemichordata. Without chordates, non-chordates, phylum Porifera to the hemichordata. In some animals, in non-chordates, excretory products means nitrogenous wastage products, ammonia, urea, uric acid, like that. Okay, these are the excretory products are, and also excess amount of the waste material, excess amount of the water, undigested food particles. These are the excretory products because these are eliminated from the body. Excretory products receives by coelomic fluid. Coelomic fluid receives excretory products and before their elimination, before these are sent outside, exit outside from the body, these are stores in the coelomic fluid in the some of the non-chordates. It is one of the advantage of the true coelom, eucoelom, than the pseudocoelom. Okay, next fourth one, mesoderm contact with endoderm of gut cause regional specialization of the gut. Okay student, mesoderm in these animals which shows the true coelom, eucoelom, which is developed from the mesoderm layer. In this, mesodermal epithelium is closely contact with the food tube or the gut or the alimentary canal. Okay, and some amount of the regional specializations is also developed because of attachment of the mesoderm to the alimentary canal or the food tube. Food tube is attaches with the mesodermal layer, and it causes the development of the some amount of the specialization, some amount of the organs within the alimentary canal. Student, for example, development of the gizzard, it is observed in some animals like birds. Birds alimentary canal also shows the gizzard, helps in digester food particles. It is mainly helps in physical digestion of the food particles. And stomach, human digestive system is also shows alimentary canal also with the stomach stores the food up to the 2 hours approximately. These are the gizzard, stomach, availability of these parts in the food tube. These are possible by the attachment of the mesoderm with the food tube in the development of the coelom. This is the development cause primary induction. Induction means it is the first development, causes another further developments, further specialization, next specializations. Okay, appearance of the gizzard, stomach in the food tube, these are called primary induction. Okay, and such type of the primary induction, such type of the specializations is all absent in animals which shows the pseudocoelom. Next, but it is absent in pseudocoelomates. Okay student, these are all the advantages are present in the animals which shows the eucoelom, and these are absent in the animals which shows the pseudocoelom. Okay student, and in the pseudocoelomates, gut wall is very simple. Such type of the complexity in the food tube is absent. Okay, next, another students, this is the differentiation of the animals which shows the different types of the coelom, different types of the symmetry, different types of the levels of organization. This is the table like arrangement. Student, if you observe this one, which shows the levels of organization in animals, symmetry in animals, body cavity in animals belongs from the different phylums. This kingdom metazoa means multicellular animals. Next, students, metazoans shows two types of the levels of organization mainly. One is cellular level organization, tissue level organization, and it is also with organ level and organ system level organization. Next, symmetry student. Symmetry, two types of the symmetry mainly shows by the animals. Okay, symmetry is absent in cellular level organization mostly. Okay, cellular level organization present in porifera, phylum porifera. Next, tissue level organization, organ system level organization, organ level organization. These are the animals shows two types of the symmetry. One is radial symmetry, another one is bilateral symmetry. Students, radial symmetry available in animals belongs from the phylum Cnidaria, phylum Ctenophora. Next, bilateral symmetric animals. Bilateral symmetric animals shows by acoelomates, pseudocoelomates, schizocyelomates, enterocoelomates. These are the bilaterally symmetric animals having different types of the coelom. Acoelom, pseudocoelom, eucoelom. Eucoelom divide into two types, schizocyelom, enterocoelom. Students, radial symmetry present in animals belongs from the phylum Cnidaria, phylum Ctenophora. Acoelom present in animals belongs from phylum Platyhelminthes. Pseudocoelom present in animals belongs from the phylum Nematoda. Nematoda is the phylum is also called Aschelminthes. Next students, schizocyelom present in animals from the phylum Annelida, phylum Arthropoda, phylum Mollusca. Next, enterocoelom present in animals from the phylum Echinodermata, phylum Hemichordata and Chordata. Okay, sir. These are the names of the phylum in the Metazoa kingdom. These different types of the symmetry. Student, this different types of the symmetry. Different types of the body cavity. This one is and symmetry. Two types of the symmetry in animals. This is levels of organization. This is the kingdom Animalia. Students, now goes to the next lesson, that is animal tissues. These students, animal tissues, tissue formed with the union of the combination of the cells. Okay, same shape and the size and the function, that is shows by the cells. These are the cells are united and form the tissues. Okay, student, tissue is with the cells having same shape and the size and the function also. Still, the tissue term coined by Bichet. Tissue, the term is coined by Bichet. Okay, he is also considered as a father of histology. Student, what about the histology? Histology means study about the tissues. Study about the tissues present in the organism. That is called histology, also called microanatomy, student. Okay, and it is the tissue that consists of cells. Tissue consists of cells, and between the cells, student, between the cells there is a extracellular matrix. Between the cells are arranged in locates in particular region, and between the cells there is a substance. That is, the substance is called present at the outside of the cell. That is called extracellular matrix. Extracellular matrix present between the cells, not in the inner part of the cells, present between the cells. Question: there is a, between the cells there is a substance, there is a matrix, that is called extracellular matrix. One tissue that consists of cells, and between the cells there is a extracellular matrix. Student, extracellular matrix is different, vary in composition. from one type of the tissue to the another type of the tissue. Next student, there are four types of the tissues, animal tissues present in the animal. If you observe, higher metazoans, higher vertebrates, there are four types of the animal tissues are present. This first one is epithelial tissue, second one is connective tissue, third one is muscular tissue, fourth one is nervous tissue. In this first one about the epithelial tissue, what about the epithelial tissue, what about the composition, okay, what about the arrangement of the epithelial tissue, what about the function of the epithelial tissue. In this student, epithelial tissue covers the outer body of animal, outer surface of the animal, body of animal totally covered with the epithelial tissue. Next, internal organs. Body, inner part of the body consists of different organs. Okay, these are the organs also covered with the epithelial tissue. These are the organs surrounds with the epithelial tissue. Next, body cavity. Body cavity student, body cavity entire lined with the body cavity, that means coelom totally lined with the covered with the epithelial tissue. That is, the epithelial tissue is derived from mesoderm. Next, epithelial tissue present in the body of animal, it is originate from the any one of the germinal layer. Okay, germinal layers are three in number: ectoderm, mesoderm, endoderm. This is the epithelial tissue is generate from any one of these three germinal layers. Next student, epithelium derived from the mesoderm. Mesoderm that develops the epithelium, that is the epithelium which is produced from the mesoderm layer, that is called coelomic epithelium, not endothelium student. That is called coelomic epithelium, also called mesothelium. Mesothelium derived from the mesoderm. Next mesothelium of the inner surface of blood vessel, not a blood student, blood vessel. Okay, inner surface of the blood vessel. Mesothelium of the inner surface of the blood vessel. Mesothelium of inner surface of the blood vessel. Already you know about the blood vessel, that are the tubes transfer the blood. Okay student, circulates the blood, that is blood vessel. These are different into two types, arteries and the veins. Blood reaches to the target places, organs, tissues in the body by the help of the blood vessels. If you observe the wall of the blood vessel, the inner surface of the blood vessel, that is formed by the mesothelium. Inner surface of the blood vessel, that is formed by the mesothelium. That is the mesothelium of the blood vessel. Mesothelium of the blood vessel, that is called endothelium. Okay student, endothelium. Inner surface of the blood vessel, that is epithelial cell, that consists epithelial tissue, epithelial cells called endothelium. Next student, cells of the epithelium. The epithelial tissue present cells, okay, with the cells. These are the cells are combined together and held together. Okay, one of the cell connecting with the another. These are held together by the help of the intercellular cementing substance. Okay, that is the substance present between the cells of the epithelial tissue. The cells of the epithelial tissue held together by the help of the cementing substance. Okay, it is intercellular. That means this is the substance present between the cells. That means intercellular. Okay. Next, epithelium present on basement membrane. Epithelium present on basement membrane. Student, epithelium, that is the tissue present on the basement membrane. Student, it is the basement membrane. Student, it is the basement membrane. It is total the basement membrane. It is the epithelial tissue. Student, it is the epithelial tissue. Epithelial tissue present on the basement membrane. Okay, and it is the basement membrane secretes by epithelial cells again. These are the epithelial tissue. Epithelial tissue is with epithelial cells. These are the epithelial cells secretes basement membrane, and this is the epithelial tissue present on the basement membrane also. Okay, next, student, basement membrane consists basal lamina and reticular lamina. Lamina means thin layer. Lamina means thin layer. Student, this is the basement membrane consists basal lamina. This is the basal lamina. This is the reticular lamina. Okay, student, this is the basal lamina is locates underneath the epithelial tissue. Okay, next, another student, this is the reticular lamina is above the connective tissue. Reticular lamina above the connective tissue. This is the connective tissue. Okay, basement membrane consists of basal lamina close to the epithelial cells, and reticular lamina, student, it is the reticular lamina. This is above the connective tissue. Reticular lamina above the connective tissue. Okay, students, if you observe, connective tissue is there. Above the connective tissue there is a basement membrane. This is the basement membrane, divides into two layers, thin layers. Upper layer is called basal lamina, and under layer, that is called reticular lamina. Above the basement membrane or above the basal lamina there is a epithelial tissue. Epithelial tissue consists of epithelial cells, and between the cells there is a extracellular matrix. The cells present in the epithelial tissue is held together by intercellular cementing substance. Next, epithelial tissue is avascular. Avascular means blood vessels are absent. Student, in this epithelial tissue, where the epithelial tissue is present in the body, and this is the tissue is avascular. Avascular means blood vessels are absent. Okay, and it is the epithelial tissue is obtain nourishment, obtain food particles. Okay, by the help of the underlying connective tissue, by the help of the diffusion process. By the help of the diffusion process from the connective tissue, it is the epithelial tissue receives nourishment and also oxygen. Student, by the process of the diffusion. Okay. Next, student, surface of epithelial cells consist microvilli or stereocilia. Surface of the epithelial cells, consist, student, microvilli or stereocilia. What about the microvilli? Microvilli are teeny finger like projections. Microvilli are tiny finger-like projections. Microvilli are tiny finger-like projections, students. These are tiny finger-like projections present above the surface of the epithelial cells. Okay, called microvilli, and these are the finger-like projections. Finger-like projections are covered by thick coat of the glycoprotein, also called glycocalyx. Glycoprotein. Okay, and these are the finger-like projections helps in increasing the absorptive surface of epithelium. Student, where the tiny finger-like projections are present, and at the same time this increases the absorptive surface of the epithelium. Next, where these microvilli are present, student, wall of the intestine. Wall of the intestine. Next, proximal convoluted tubule of the nephron. Inner surface of the proximal convoluted tubule of the nephron. The nephron, these are the structural functional units of the kidney. Okay, and if you observe proximal convoluted tubule of the nephron, okay, Malpighian corpuscle, renal tubule. These are the two parts of nephron. Renal tubule divides into three parts: proximal convoluted tubule, loop of Henle, and distal convoluted tubule. Inner surface of the proximal convoluted tubule, that consists microvilli. Okay, student. Next, student, stereocilia. What about stereocilia? Elongated, non-motile movement is not possible by these structures. Elongated, non-motile cytoplasmic extensions. These are the structures formed by the extension of the protoplasm present in the cells of the epithelial tissue. Okay, stereocilia present in some regions. Epithelial cells of the epididymis. These are the parts present at the male reproductive system. Okay, student. Epididymis are the parts of the male reproductive system. Okay, inner surface of the epididymis, these are the tube-like structures. Okay, which helps in transfer the sperm cells. Okay, epithelial cells of the epididymis and internal ear, inner part of the ear, that consists of stereocilia. Students, intercellular junctions of epithelial tissue. The cells present in the epithelial tissue connecting with each other, tighten with each other, bind with each other, attached with each other by the help of the intercellular junctions. These are the junctions between the cells of the epithelial tissue called intercellular junctions. These are three types of students. In this, tight junctions, first one, second one is desmosomes, and third one is gap junctions or communicating junctions. In this first one, tight junctions. What about the tight junctions? Tight junctions, plasma membranes of adjacent cell become tightly packed. Student, the cells present in the epithelial tissue tighten with each other by the help of the tight junctions, and these are the tight junctions prevents the leakage of the amount of the fluid, amount of the water in the cytoplasm of the cell. Okay, this is the water level, and any amount of the fluid material present in the cytoplasm never entered into the extracellular fluid outside of the cell because of presence of the tight junctions between the cells, prevent leakage of the body fluids such as water. Next, sweat glands making our skin very tight. Student, sweat glands present in the skin. These are the sweat glands never lose a sweat. Okay, because of presence of the tight junctions and make very tight. The skin is makes into very tight by the presence of the tight junctions. Plasma membranes of the cells bond together by the help of the specific proteins. Okay. Next, student, it is the student tight junctions diagrammatic part about the tight junctions. Student, these are the tight junction proteins. Tight junction proteins. These are tight junction proteins. Okay. Bond the adjacent cell. One cell attaches with the another cell by the help of the tight junction proteins. Next, this is the plasma membrane of the cell. This is the plasma membrane of the cell, student. This is the plasma membrane. Okay. Next, desmosomes. Second one is desmosomes. These are the desmosomes, also called anchoring junctions, adhesion junctions. One cell adhere to the another cell. One cell anchoring with the another cell, because these are the desmosomes, also called anchoring or adhesion junctions. Okay. Next, these are thicker, strong, disc-like protein plates present on the cytoplasmic side of the adjacent cell. Student, these are the desmosomes available in thicker and strong disc-like protein plate. Strong disc-like protein plate. Okay, this is the desmosome, student. This is the desmosome. And student, present on the cytoplasmic side of the adjacent cell. Next, give mechanical support to the cells, act as a rivets. Okay, act as a rivets binding cell, okay, together into strong sheets. One of the cell attaches with the another cell in the form of the strong sheets, and these are attaches or closely bind with the desmosomes, which are act as a rivet like structures. Okay. Next, because of presence of the desmosomes, one cell attaches with the adjacent cell and become into strong sheet like structure. Intermediate filaments made of keratin. Student, intermediate filaments also there. These are made of the protein. That is, the protein is the keratin. Student, intermediate filaments. These are the filaments, students. These are the filaments. Okay, these are the filaments, intermediate filaments. Intermediate means these are present between the cells. Intermediate filaments, these are made of the protein, that is called keratin, support the desmosomes. These are the desmosomes also supported with the intermediate filaments made up with the protein called keratin. Student, these are the intermediate filaments. Intermediate filaments of cytoskeleton, which are act as a bony structures for the cell. Filaments of the cytoskeleton, this is the desmosome, student. Okay. And intercellular filaments is also there, student. Intercellular filaments. Intercellular filaments. These are intercellular filaments. These are intercellular filaments. The filaments present between the cells called intercellular filaments. Okay, student. These are the filaments of the cytoskeleton, and these are the intercellular filaments. These are intercellular filaments. Okay. These are the desmosomes, also called anchoring junctions and adhesion junctions. Okay, student. And under gap junctions also called communicating junctions. Gap junctions also called communicating junctions. What about the gap junction? This is about the diagrammatic part of the gap junctions. Provide continuous cytoplasmic channels between the adjacent cells. Student, these are the cytoplasmic channels. Okay, these are the also called membrane channels. Okay, student, provides, these are the gap junctions or communicating junctions, provides the continuous cytoplasmic channels between the adjacent cells. Okay, and amount of the ions, sugar molecules, amino acids, proteins can pass from one cell to the another cell by the help of the gap junctions or communicating junctions. Student, these are the gap junctions or communicating junctions also present in the muscles of heart. Student, cardiac muscles of the heart. Cardiac means heart, related, the word related to heart. Cardiac muscle present in the heart, cardiac muscle. This allows these are the gap junctions, communicating junctions. One of the muscle fiber attaches to the another by the help of the gap junctions or communicating junctions. These are the gap junctions allows the rapid conduction of the impulse from the one muscle fiber to the another of the heart. Student, the information about the contraction relaxation, that is the impulse is about the information of the contraction relaxation of the cardiac muscle fiber. That the information is rapidly conduct from the one muscle fiber to the another muscle fiber in the heart region. That is passes through that allows through that is the conduction is allows through the gap junction or communicating junctions. Student, in this, these are the membrane channels, and intercellular space. Student, it is the intercellular space. Intercellular space means the space between the adjacent cell. Okay, cytoplasmic plaque in this region. Cytoplasmic plaque means this is the substance, this is the material present in the cytoplasm of the cell. This is the plasma membrane. Student, this is the plasma membrane. These are the filaments of cytoskeleton. These are intercellular filaments. Okay, this is the space between the cells called intercellular space. Okay, it is about tight junctions, desmosomes. Desmosomes also present in the muscle cells. Next, gap junctions are communicating junctions. These are the junctions present in the cardiac muscles. Students, today's topic is epithelial tissue. It is the one type of the tissue in the animals. Epithelial tissue, two types of students, based on the arrangement, based on the structure. First one is simple epithelium, second one is compound epithelium. Simple epithelium, compound epithelium. This first one, what about the simple epithelium? Simple epithelium composed with single layer. Only single layer of the cells are present in the simple epithelium. Cells are composed with a single layer, hence named with a simple epithelium. It is a simple epithelium forms the lining of the body cavity. Entire the body cavity, perivisceral cavity, is lined with the simple epithelium in the body of animal, and also lines the ducts. Different types of the ducts are present in the body. Okay, these are the ducts are connected with the one organ in the body, different organs in the body. For example, pancreatic duct or hepatopancreatic duct, hepatic duct, bile duct, student oviduct. Another student ureter. Okay, student, fallopian tubes. These are the different types of the ducts located in the body of animal. Lining of the ducts by simple epithelium and vessels. Student, lining of the vessels. Vessels means blood vessels or the lymph vessels that allows the circulation of the blood and the lymph vessels, blood vessels. Lining of the blood vessel, lining of the lymph vessel is also with simple epithelium. Next, in this simple epithelium helps in diffusion, okay, diffusion of the substances, diffusion of the gases, and absorption. Okay, simple epithelium also helps in absorption, filtration, and another secretion of the substances, from the cells. Next, based on the shape, this is the simple epithelium is divides into three types again. In this, first one is simple squamous epithelium, simple cuboidal epithelium, second one, and third one simple columnar epithelium. Now, what about the first one, simple squamous epithelium? Student, it is the simple squamous epithelium. Single layer of flattened cells. Already it is with single layer, hence the name simple epithelium. These are the flattened cells and edge of cells close together. Edge of the cell is close together, just like a tiles in a floor. Okay, these are the single layer of the cells arranged in form of the and close together and arranged in the form of the tiles in a floor. Next, hence this is the structure is available in this, hence the name pavement epithelium. Okay, and if you observe each one of the cell, student, it is a cell. Each one cell centrally locate oval shaped nucleus, ovoid nucleus, centrally locate ovoid nucleus. Okay, student, and where it is present, simple squamous epithelium is located present at the endothelium of blood vessel. Student, it is the endothelium is the inner surface of the blood vessel, that is called endothelium. Endothelium of the blood vessel, it is example for simple squamous epithelium. Mesothelium of the body cavity, mesoderm that lines the body cavity or the coelom, that is called mesothelium. Mesothelium of the body cavity is also simple epithelium. Okay, student, mesothelium that surrounds the visceral organs, mesoderm that occupies the surface of the internal organs. Okay, this is the mesothelium surrounds the which organ? These are also named with that type of the simple epithelium. Students, in this mesothelium or the simple epithelium from the mesoderm that surrounds the lungs, it is called pleura. Next, peritoneum. Student, it is the mesoderm or the simple epithelium surrounds the body cavity, that is called peritoneum. Okay, mesothelium that surrounds the or simple epithelium that surrounds the heart, surrounds the cardiac muscles, that is called surrounds the heart, that is called pericardium. Pericardium surrounds the heart, simple epithelium surrounds the heart. Pleura. It is a simple epithelium surrounds the lungs. Okay. Next, Bowman's capsule of the nephron. Nephron, if you observe the structure of the nephron, it is with Malpighian corpuscle and renal tubule. Malpighian corpuscle, it is also called Bowman's capsule. Bowman's capsule. Bowman's capsule of the nephron. It is the Bowman's capsule is the part of the nephron. Okay. Next, lining of alveoli of lungs. Student, alveoli, these are the small sac-like structures which is filled with the gas. These are the alveoli or the structural functional units of the each lungs. Lining of the alveoli is with the simple squamous epithelium. Next, student, it is the diagrammatic part. These are the cells closely attached with each other and appeared as a tile-like shape on the floor. Student, it is the single layer of the cells and shows the centrally located oval shaped nucleus. Okay. Next, this is the simple squamous epithelium lying on the surface of the basement membrane. It is the basement membrane, student. Next, student, simple cuboidal epithelium. It is the second one. Cube-like cells. These are the cells are in cube shape. Cube-like cells. And equal height, student, equal height is also available, and centrally located spherical nucleus. Spherical nucleus, student, centrally located spherical nucleus. But simple squamous epithelial cells shows the oval shaped nucleus. These are spherical shaped nucleus, centrally locates. And students, where it is present, this is simple cuboidal epithelium. Germinal epithelium. Germinal epithelium, student, it is present over a totally lined with the germinal epithelium. Next, seminiferous tubule of the testis. Testis is with the seminiferous tubules. These are also lined with the simple cuboidal epithelium. Next, student, if you observe renal tubule of the nephron, that shows three parts. One is proximal convoluted tubule, another one is the loop of Henle, and third one is distal convoluted tubule. Proximal convoluted tubule PCT, distal convoluted tubule DCT of nephron lined with simple cuboidal epithelium. Cuboidal epithelium of the nephron is with microvilli. Student, if you observe cuboidal epithelium present in the region of the PCT DCT of the nephron also with the microvilli. Student, microvilli are the additional structures present on the surface of the cells of epithelial tissue. Next, simple columnar epithelium. Student, it is the diagram of simple cuboidal epithelium. All the cells have the similar height, okay, and centrally located nucleus, spherical shaped nucleus, round shaped nucleus, and lying on the surface of basement membrane. Next, simple columnar epithelium. Simple columnar epithelium. Student, columnar epithelium means columnar. Columnar means elongated cells. Okay, simple columnar epithelium. These are slender cells and oval nuclei located near base. Okay, oval shaped nuclei. Nuclei means plural, nucleus is the singular. Oval shaped nuclei located near the base of the cell, and these are the nuclei is also elongated. Nuclei also elongated, student. Nuclei also elongated. Okay. Next, the student, if you observe simple columnar epithelium in some spaces, these are the spaces is with the goblet cells. Goblet cells, student, these are the goblet cells. In some places only. Goblet cells, these are the goblet cells secretes gelatinous substance that is called mucus. This is the gelatinous substance which masked the surface of the tissue, surface of the cell layer. Okay, that is the mucus. Mucus is the gelatinous substance secretes by the goblet cells present in the epithelial tissue. Okay, and it is of two types. It is of two types, student. And the simple columnar epithelium again divides into two types. In this first one is ciliated columnar epithelium. Simple ciliated columnar epithelium. Student, simple ciliated columnar epithelium. What about this? Have cilia on their surfaces. Have cilia on their surfaces. Student, these are the cilia. These are the cilia present on the surface of each cell. Next, this is the ciliated columnar epithelium where it is present. For example, inner surface of the fallopian tube. Fallopian tube that receives that allows the passage of the ova. Okay, student? And fallopian tube, it is also act as a fertilization site between the sperm cell and ova, between the male gamete and the female gamete. This is the fallopian tube. It is the part of the female reproductive system. Fallopian, inner surface of the fallopian tube lines with ciliated columnar epithelium. And ventricles of the brain, inner part of the brain also shows the cavity, the space present in the inner part of the brain, that is the inner surface of the brain also lined with the type of the cavity is present in the brain called ventricles. Ventricles of the brain that also lined with the simple ciliated columnar epithelium. Next, student, and the central canal of the spinal cord. Spinal cord, student, spinal cord, it is the part of the central nervous system. Central nervous system is with two parts mainly. One is the brain, another one is the spinal cord. And if you observe, central canal is there. Okay, it is arranged as a longitudinal canal. Okay, that is the central canal of the spinal cord. Canal-like structure that is present in the inner part of the spinal cord, that is called central canal. Canal means that allows the passage of the fluid, that is cerebrospinal fluid, like that. Okay, central canal of the spinal cord that is also lined with the ciliated columnar epithelium. Next, bronchioles. Bronchioles, these are the parts of the respiratory system. These are also lined with the ciliated columnar epithelium. Next, student, non-ciliated columnar epithelium. Non-ciliated columnar epithelium. In this, cilia are absent on the surface of the cells. Without cilia, and where it is present, found in lining of stomach. The stomach is lined with the non-ciliated columnar epithelium in animals. And intestine, lining of the intestine, small intestine, lining of the small intestine in animals is with non-ciliated columnar epithelium. And student, the epithelial tissue, the epithelial cells present in which lines the intestine, small intestine, shows the microvilli. Microvilli increases the surface area, absorptive area of that epithelial tissue, epithelial cells. Okay student, it is about the simple epithelium and different types of simple epithelium, simple squamous epithelium, simple cuboidal epithelium, simple columnar epithelium. Hi students, now discuss about pseudo stratified epithelium. It is the one type of the simple epithelium. Simple epithelium, it is that is made up of single layer of the cells, made up of single layer of columnar cells. Student, this is the pseudo stratified epithelium consists of columnar epithelial cells, single layer of the columnar epithelial cells. Next, nuclei present at different levels. Nuclei are present at different levels. Okay, all nuclei not at the present of the same levels. Okay, nuclei present at different levels, and all cells contact with the basement membrane. Some amount of these cells are small in size and some amount of the cells are larger and columnar. Okay, and all cells are contact with the basement membrane or lying on the basement membrane, surface of basement membrane. Instead, which are the cells are example for this? These are divided into pseudo stratified epithelium, that is divides into two types again. One is ciliated and another one is non-ciliated. Ciliated pseudo stratified epithelium, non-ciliated pseudo stratified epithelium. In this ciliated present in trachea with goblet cells. Okay, surface of the trachea is the also called windpipe. It is the part of the respiratory system. The lining of the trachea is with ciliated pseudo stratified epithelium with goblet cells. Goblet cells also present in some regions. Goblet cells secrete mucus. Okay student. Next, non-ciliated present in epididymis without goblet cells. Non-ciliated pseudo stratified epithelium present at the lining of the epididymis. Epididymis, these are the parts of the male reproductive system and locates behind to the testis and helps in passage of the sperm cells to the vas deferens. Okay, epididymis is the highly coiled tubular structures behind the testis of the male reproductive system, and at this region which shows the non-ciliated pseudo stratified epithelium without the goblet cells. Goblet cells are absent. Next, another student, another one of the epithelial tissue, that is compound epithelium. Compound epithelium, it is also called stratified epithelium. Stratified, that means more layers. Compound epithelium does not exist the simple layer, single layer, consists more than one layers. Cell layers are available in more layers, made up of more than one layer. Next, provides, what about the use of this stratified epithelium? Provides protection against chemical and mechanical stress to the part of the body, to the tissue of the body. And it is again, student, it is the compound epithelium, divides into four types. Students, divides into four types. In this, first one is the stratified keratinized squamous epithelium. Stratified keratinized squamous epithelium. Okay, the squamous epithelium, that means cells are available in the form of the tile-like shape. Stratified keratinized squamous epithelium present at the skin, in the region of the skin and the hair, nails. Dry surface of the skin is formed by stratified keratinized squamous epithelium. Keratin is the one of the protein, already you know, present at the region of the skin, hair, nails. Next, student, second one is stratified non-keratinized squamous epithelium. stratified non-keratinized squamous epithelium. It is the squamous epithelium and stratified and without the keratin. Covers the moist surface of the some regions in the body such as buccal cavity or the oral cavity, and student pharynx, moist surface of the pharynx, and the esophagus and vagina. Vagina is the part of the male reproductive system. Moist surface of the vagina, it is with the stratified non-keratinized squamous epithelium. Where the keratin is present, that forms the rough surface or the dry surface. Okay, without the keratin, non-keratin, and that is forms the moist surface. Okay, next third one is stratified cuboidal epithelium. Cube like shape cells are present. Stratified cuboidal epithelium, and it forms the inner lining of the some ducts, some amount of the ducts in the body of animal. Forms inner lining of ducts of the salivary glands. Salivary glands are three pairs present in the human beings, and these are the salivary glands secretes saliva, okay, into the oral cavity, and ducts, lining of the ducts of salivary glands, and ducts of the sweat glands. Sweat glands are present throughout the skin. These are the sweat glands present in numerous at the region of the armpit and sole of the feet and palm of the hand. These are the regions consist numerous amount of the sweat glands which secretes the sweat. Okay, ducts of the sweat glands and pancreatic duct. Pancreas is the part of the digestive system. It is the gland present in the digestive system which secretes pancreatic juice and also secretes pancreatic hormones. Pancreatic juice, it is enters into the secretes from the pancreas and enters into the duct of the pancreatic duct, and later it is combined with the hepatic duct and forms the hepatopancreatic duct, which is opens into the first part of the small intestine called duodenum. The duct that is arises from the pancreatic duct is lines with the stratified cuboidal epithelium. Next, last one, that is the transitional epithelium. Transitional epithelium forms the wall of the urinary bladder. Wall of the urinary bladder formed with the transitional epithelium. It is the one type of the compound epithelium or stratified epithelium. What about the urinary bladder? Urinary bladder is the sock-like structure, pear-shaped bag-like arrangement present at the pelvis region of the human body. And kidneys forms the urine and send out through the ureter and finally reaches into the urinary bladder. You see, urinary bladder wall, it is made up with the stratified epithelium, that is the transitional epithelium. Student, it is the diagrammatic part that shows about the compound epithelium. It is the one of the layer of the cells, and it is the another one of the layer, it is the another one of the layer, it is the bottom layer that consists more layer of the cells, more layer of the cells. Multi-layered cells are present in the compound epithelium or stratified epithelium. Okay, and all the cells, cellular layers are present on the surface of the basement membrane. These are the nucleus. Okay, student, each cell consists at the center region, that is the nucleus. Is the epithelial tissue consists secretory cells. Okay, columnar, glandular epithelium consists columnar cells or cuboidal cells. Column shaped cells or cube shaped cells. Cells, specialized cells, perform function of the secreting hormones, sweat, mucus, enzymes. Student, these are the secretory fluid. secretes from the cells of the glandular epithelium in the form of the hormones, sweat, mucus, enzymes. Okay, different types of the enzymes releases from the body, cells of the body, tissues of the body, and different types of the hormones secretes by the cells or the tissues or the glands of the body, and mucus also secretes, sweat secretes. Okay, these are all the secretions are from the glandular epithelium in the body of animal, and based on the number of cells, based on the number of cells present at the region of the glandular epithelium, based on the number of cells, this is the glandular epithelium is divides into two types. One is unicellular and another one is multicellular. Unicellular gland, multicellular gland. This unicellular contain one cell as a secretory unit. Only one cell is there that secretes some amount of the fluid, some amount of the secretion. Okay, secretory unit that consists only one of the cell. For example, goblet cell. Goblet cell is available in form of the single, available in single number, any region in the body. Okay, adjacent cells are another type. Okay, for example, goblet cell secretes mucus. This is the viscous fluid. Mucus is the viscous fluid. Okay, student. Next, multicellular glands. Multicellular gland contains more than one cell. More than one cell. Okay, acting as a secretory unit. For example, most glands in the body are multicellular glands. Okay. Next, based on releasing secretions, these are the glandular epithelium is divided into two types. This first one is exocrine glands and second one is endocrine glands. These exocrine glands are also called duct containing glands. Okay, in this secretions are released at specific sites by ducts. This is the gland is connected with the duct-like structure. Which amount of the secretions releases from the secretory unit of this gland, exocrine glands, pours the secretion and releases the secretion into the duct-like structure, tube-like structure. It is the gland attaches with the duct tube and pour the secretion into that duct and entered into the target places, reaches into the target places from the region of the gland. That type of the glands are called exocrine glands or duct containing glands. Duct containing glands. Okay, student. For example, mucus and the saliva. Mucus secretes from the goblet cell and another amount of the cells in the body. And saliva, student, saliva enters into the oral cavity and combines with the masticating food. Okay, student, and reaches into the oral cavity, combines with the food by the help of the salivary ducts. And student, earwax also called cerumen. It is secretes from the ear canals and gives protection against the different types of the microorganisms. Okay, student, lubricates the ear canal. It is earwax. Okay, secretes from the canal of the ear. Next, oil glands secretes oil, and milk secretes from mammary glands, reaches to the outside by the help of the duct-like arrangement, digestive enzymes. Okay, student, these are the secretions from the digestive glands in the body, reaches to the target places via duct-like arrangement. Next, endocrine glands are ductless glands. Okay, student, in this carried to organs. Secretions reaches to the organs, reaches to the target places by the blood. Student, these are the endocrine glands without ductless glands, because their secretions directly entered into the bloodstream via the blood circulation. These are the secretions reaches into the target places in the body. Okay, this students, hormones examples. Okay, most amount of the glands which secretes the hormones are endocrine glands or the ductless glands. Next student, based on the secretory nature of glands, based on the type of pouring secretion from the glands, these are three types. These are all are exocrine glands. Types of the exocrine glands based on the pouring of secretion from the glands, mode of secretion from the glands. These are three types: merocrine glands, apocrine glands, holocrine glands. Student, this is the merocrine, this is the apocrine, this is the holocrine. This merocrine secretion takes place by diffusion without loss of cell material. For the secretion of the secretive part from the cell by the process of the diffusion. Student, this is the secretory material, okay, secretory content which is available in the cell. This is enter to the outside by the process of the diffusion, and student, in this mode of the secretion, the cell content is without lossing of the cell material. The secretory content present in the cell is poured to the outside. That is, the glands is called merocrine glands. Secretion takes place by diffusion without the loss of cell material. Okay, student, for example, which are the example for merocrine glands? Goblet cells secretes mucus. Okay, student. Next, salivary glands also merocrine glands. Okay, pancreatic glands, pancreas, example for merocrine gland. Intestinal glands secretes different enzymes. Intestinal glands also example for merocrine glands. Next, apocrine glands. Secretory product accumulate in apical part of the secretory unit and later breaks off from cell, comes along with the secretion. Student, this is the secretory content in the cell. Student, these are the cells. Secretory fluid reaches and accumulates at the apical part of the cell, and it is the content releases to the outside by lossing of the apical part of the cell. Some part of the cell is losses by the secretion of the secretory fluid. Student, secretory product accumulate the apical part of the cell. This is the apical part, student. Apical part of the cell and apical part of the secretory unit, and later it is breaks off from the cell and comes out along with the secretory part. Entire the part is losses due to the secretion of the secretory fluid. Some amount of the part of the cell is losses. Some amount of the part of the cell is losses from the secretory unit. The type of the glands is called apocrine glands. For example, mammary glands, student. Mammary glands are apocrine glands. Next, third one, holocrine glands. This is the holocrine gland, student. Entire cell disintegrate to discharge the content. The secretory content present in the cell to discharge this content, entire the cell is totally disintegrate. totally goes to the destruction. Okay student, this type of the glands is called holocrine glands. Which are the example for sebaceous gland? Sebaceous gland which secretes sebum, also called, these are the glands also called eye glands, present in the skin. Okay, sebaceous glands are holocrine glands. Student, this is about the three types of the glands. Okay, three types of the glands from the exocrine glands based on the secretory nature of the glands. First one is merocrine glands. Merocrine glands, pancreas is example. Intestinal glands, salivary glands, these are example for merocrine. Apocrine, mammary glands are example. Holocrine, sebaceous glands are example. Students, next topic is about the connective tissues. It is the second type of the tissue, animal tissue present in the body. Okay students, totally 4 types of the animal tissues present in the body of animal. Epithelial tissue is completed. Now goes to the next, that is connective tissue. This connective tissue connects the tissues, organs in the body. It is the connective tissue connects the different types of the tissues in the body, different organs in the body, hence the named with connective tissue, and provides support to structures of body, and it is also provides support to the structures of the body. And students, contain cells, extracellular matrix in large amount. Student, connective tissue contains cells, and outside of the cells or the between the cells of the tissue, outer part of the cell, there is a matrix or ground substance. Outer the part of the cell, outside of the cell is with the matrix, that is called extracellular matrix or ground substance. It is available in large amount in the connective tissue. And student, entire the connective tissue present in the body which connects the organs in the body, which connects the different tissues in the body, and gives support to the tissue, support to the organs. This is totally originated from the mesoderm embryonic layer. Mesoderm that is produces connective tissue in the body. Student, 3 types of the fibers present in the connective tissue. Connective tissue that shows any one of the connective tissue in the body, that shows the 3 types of the tissues totally. 3 types of the fibers totally. Which are these 3 types of the fibers present in the connective tissue? In this, first one is white collagen fiber, second one is reticulin fibers, third one is yellow elastin fibers. These are the fibers present in the connective tissue. Okay student, at the region of the ground substance, level of the ground substance. White collagen fibers, these are long and unbranched bundle-like structures. Unbranched bundles have the greater strength and provides strength to the connective tissue. And these are the fibers made up with the collagen protein. Collagen protein that forms this type of the white collagen fibers. Next, second one, reticulin fibers. Reticulin fibers are thin and unbranched, and also flexible. Student, and provides strength support to the certain tissues in the body. These are the reticulin fibers. Reticulin fibers made up with the reticulin protein and provides strength and support to the certain type of the connective tissues in the body. For example, bone marrow. Bone marrow is the tissue present at the lumen of the longest bone. That is, the bone marrow is with the connective tissue that consists of reticulin fibers. Student, yellow elastin fibers. Yellow elastin fibers. Yellow elastin fibers, these are flexible elastic fiber. Flexible shows the flexibility. Flexible elastic fiber made up with the elastin protein. Made up with the protein that is called elastin. Okay, it is present in elastic cartilage. Elastic cartilage. Okay, some amount of the structures are formed with the elastic cartilage. Okay, for example, pinna of the external ear that formed by elastic cartilage. Eustachian tube present in the ear that connects the lumina of the ear with the cavity, that is related with the digestive tube or alimentary canal. Okay, student. Elastic cartilage present in the Eustachian tube and pinna of the external ear, outer ear. Elastic cartilage. Elastic cartilage, that is consists elastin fibers. Elastin fibers are yellowish in color. Collagen fibers are white in color. Next, connective tissue classification. Connective tissue is classified into 3 types based on the composition of the matrix. Which type of the composition present in the ground substance or extracellular matrix, and which type of the cells present in the connective tissue. Based on this, connective tissue is divided into 3 types. In this, first one is connective tissue proper, second one is skeletal connective tissue, third one is fluid connective tissue. In this first one, connective tissue proper, it is again divides into 2 types, student. Connective tissue proper divides into 2 types. First one is loose connective tissue, second one is dense connective tissue. What about loose connective tissue? Students, loose connective tissue contains cells, fibers, and these are loosely arranged. Hence the name loose connective tissue. Loose connective tissue, that is divides into 3 types again. Loose connective tissue, that is divides into 3 types. First one is areolar connective tissue. Second one is adipose connective tissue. Third one is reticular connective tissue. This first one, areolar connective tissue. What about the areolar connective tissue? It is important, student. Areolar connective tissue, packing tissues in organs. Helps in packing of the tissues in the organs. Areolar connective tissue, and forms subcutaneous layer of the skin. Subcutaneous layer of the skin, that is also formed with the areolar connective tissue. Okay. Next, consists areole. Student, areole means if you observe this type of the connective tissue, areolar connective tissue, there is also with it is suspended with the some amount of the spaces. Some amount of the spaces present in this type of the tissue called areole. Hence it is named with areolar connective tissue. Okay, and which type of the cells present in the areolar connective tissue? Student, it is the diagrammatic part that shows about the areolar connective tissue and different types of the cells present in the areolar connective tissue. First one is fibroblast. Fibroblast, student. Fibroblast are large cells. Fibroblast are the large cells. Student, this is the fibroblast cell. Fibroblast cell. Okay. Large cells synthesize proteins. Synthesize protein fibers. Synthesize protein fibers. Student, these are the cells synthesize protein fibers. Okay, student. And inactive cells that called fibrocytes are large cells. Fibroblasts are large cells synthesize protein fibers. Okay student, these are the fibroblast. Fibroblast synthesize protein fibers. Protein fibers like elastin fibers, reticular fibers and collagen fibers. Okay, and these are inactive cells and also goes to the inactivation. Inactive cells of the fibroblast is called fibrocytes. Fibrocytes are inactive cells. Student, fibrocytes are inactive cells. Fibroblasts are active cells and which produce protein fibers. In the macrophages are histiocytes. Student, these are the macrophages. These are the macrophages. Macrophages also called histiocytes. Why these are called histiocytes? Some amount of the macrophages are fixed with the tissues, not shows the movement. These are tissue fixed macrophages. The type of the tissue fixed macrophage is called histiocytes. Okay, macrophages act as scavengers because these are the macrophages having the ability to phagocyte the foreign particles. Any amount of the particles from the outside enters into the body. Any amount of the microorganisms enters into the body, or injured cells in the body, dead cells in the body, these are phagocyted by the macrophages, engulfed by these cells. Hence these are also called scavengers in the body, in the connective tissue. Next student, these are the macrophages having the pseudopodia. So these are called amoeboid cells. And these are the macrophages are derived from the monocytes. Monocytes are the one type of the white blood cells. White blood cells produces, such as monocytes, produces macrophages. Next, and the student, plasma cells. Student, plasma cells in the areolar connective tissue. These are antibody forming cells, antibody producing cells. These are the plasma cells produces from the B lymphocytes. B lymphocytes are the one type of the white blood cells. Okay, B lymphocytes produces plasma cells. These are the plasma cells form the antibodies. Antibodies fight against the microorganisms. Student, and gives protection from the different types of the microorganisms. Attack the microorganisms such as bacteria and the virus. Next, adipocytes. Student, these are the adipocytes. Adipocytes stores the fat droplets. Excess amount of the fat material stored in the form of the fat droplets in the adipocytes contain fat droplets. Student, this is the diagrammatic part of the areolar connective tissue. This is the fibroblast that produce fibers. These are elastic fibers, student. These are elastic fibers. Okay. Next, student, these are the adipocytes. Okay. Next, student, this is the mast cell. And this is the macrophage, and this is the fibroblast. Okay, student. Now about the adipose tissue. Adipose tissue, it is the second type of the tissue from the loose connective tissue. First one is areolar tissue, second one is adipose tissue, third one is reticular tissue. Student, what about the adipose tissue? It is with fat cells, adipose cells present in the adipose tissue. These are the cells also called adipocytes. Excess amount of the nutrients present in the body, these are converts into the fats and stored in the fatty cells present in the adipose tissue. These are the cells present in the adipose tissue, also called adipocytes. Student, it is with fat cells, also called adipose cells, and adipocytes. These are the cells also called adipocytes. And student, a few amount of the protein fibers also present in this type of the tissue. And student, adipose tissue present beneath the skin. It is active as also provides the thermal insulation. Insulation means keep it. Student, it is by the presence of the adipose tissue, body never loses its temperature and helps in maintain the temperature. Temperature is never losses through the body. It is inhibits the losing of the temperature from the body. That is thermal insulation. Provides, it is beneath adipose tissue present beneath the skin and provides thermal insulation. And it is also forms the blubber of whales and in sea cows. Student, whales, sea cows are aquatic mammals. Okay, it is the adipose tissue forms the blubber beneath the skin and also act as or prevent the loss of the temperature from the body. Next, student, storage tissue in hump of a camel. Students, if you observe camel, desert animal, it is present in hump of the camel. Next, act as shock absorber in palms of hand and soles of the feet. Okay, student, it is about the adipose tissue. Adipose tissue, student, it is of two types. Again, adipose tissue divides into two types. One is white adipose tissue. Second one is brown adipose tissue. What about the white adipose tissue? Present in adults. It is mostly present in adults, predominant in adults. Adipocyte with a single large lipid droplet. Student, monolacular, single large lipid droplet, also called monolacular. Lacular means small cavity present in the cytoplasm. That shows the space, that shows the cavity like small cavity like arrangement. Okay, small bubble like arrangement, that is called that is formed with the lipid, that is called single large lipid droplet, hence named with monolacular. Okay, peripheral cytoplasm and the nucleus. Metabolically it is less active. Student, if you observe the cells present in the white adipose tissue that consists single large lipid droplet, monolacular, and student, by the presence of the large lipid droplet, cytoplasm and the nucleus reaches to the periphery, reaches adjacent to the plasma membrane of the adipocyte. Okay, next, cytoplasm nucleus occupies small amount of the space in the cytoplasm in the cell. Next, metabolically less active. Metabolically it is less active. Okay. Next, brown adipose tissue. Brown adipose tissue, student, it is found in fetus and infants. Infants means young baby. Okay. Next, fetuses after the 8 weeks from the conception, okay, which is develops in the uterus of the female reproductive system. After the 8 weeks, developing embryo after the 8 weeks from the conception, after the conception, that is called fetus. It is brown adipose tissue present in fetus and infants, and it is with more lipid droplets. Student, it is also called multilocular. Much amount of the lipid droplets is present in the cytoplasm, and also with much amount of the mitochondria. Mitochondria is also more in the cytoplasm of the adipocyte present in brown adipose tissue. Next, metabolically active, okay, and produces heat to maintain the body temperature. Okay, student, more mitochondria releases much amount of the energy, and metabolical processes are more in this type of the tissue, in this type of the cells, and by releasing of the much amount of the energy, and at the same time heat is also generated, temperature is also generated from the cell, and it is helps to maintain the body temperature. A student, more vascular means much amount of the blood vessels, blood capillaries are also present in this type of tissue. Next, student, third type, reticular tissue. What about the reticular tissue? Contains cells called fibroblast. Fibroblasts are the cells present in the reticular tissue. These are called reticular cells. Okay, student, and secretes fibers. These are the cells, fibroblast, which are called reticular cells, which are present in the reticular tissue, secretes fibers to form the network-like structure in this type of the reticular tissue. Okay. Next, student, supporting framework. This provides supporting framework for lymphoid organs. Lymphoid organs present in the body such as bone marrow, spleen, lymph nodes, mucosa associated lymphoid tissue. These are different types of the lymphoid organs in the body which produce lymphocytes and immune cells in the body. Okay, some amount of the blood cells are produced by lymphoid organs, and immune cells which kills the microorganisms in the body. The type of the immune system is with the involvement of the immune cells. Immune cells is also produces from the lymphoid organs. Student, reticular tissue forms the framework in the lymphoid organs such as bone marrow. Bone marrow present in the bones, inner part of the bones. Okay, bone marrow produce blood cells and the immune cells in the body. And spleen is the one of the lymphoid organ, and it is located at the left portion of the abdomen. Okay, student, and just behind the stomach, and student, below the diaphragm. It is the location of this spleen. Student, left higher portion, it is located at the left upper portion. Left upper portion of the abdomen, behind the stomach, and also at the below the region of the diaphragm. Okay, student, it is about the location of the spleen. And lymph nodes, small node like structure, these are present throughout the lymphatic system in the body. These are lymph nodes, act as a lymphoid organs. In these organs, reticular tissue forms the framework. Next, student, it is the reticular tissue also forms the reticular lamina of the basal membrane. Next, dense connective tissue. What about the dense connective tissue, student? It is the dense connective tissue consists fibers, and consists fibroblast cells, and it is of three types. Dense connective tissue, that is divides into three types, students. And in this first one, dense regular connective tissue. Next, second one, dense irregular connective tissue. Third one, elastic connective tissue. What about the dense regular connective tissue? Student, dense connective tissue that consists of fibers and fibroblast cells. Most amount of the matrix is with the fibers and also with the fibroblast cells. In this first one, dense regular connective tissue, collagen fibers are regularly arranged. Collagen fibers, which is made up with the protein collagen. Collagen fibers produces from the fibroblast cells, and these are the fibers arranged parallel to one another in the form of the bundles. Okay, collagen fibers available in the form of the bundles arranged in parallel manner. Okay, student. Next, what about the tendons and the ligaments? Tendons is the dense regular connective tissue attaches skeletal muscle to bone. Students, skeletal muscle means that is the muscle attaches to the bone. That is called skeletal muscle. Muscle attaches to the any part of the bone in the body, that is called skeletal muscle. Skeletal muscle is attaches to bone by the help of the dense regular connective tissue, that is called tendon. Next, in this ligaments, what about the ligaments? That means dense regular connective tissue that attaches the bone to the another bone. One of the bone in the body attaches to the another bone by the help of the dense regular connective tissue. Okay, student, that is called ligaments. It is the differences between tendon and the ligament. Next, dense irregular connective tissue. What is the meaning of dense irregular connective tissue? Student, collagen fibers are irregularly arranged. Okay, it is not shows the parallel arrangement of the collagen fibers. Irregularly arrangement of the collagen fibers. Student, in this, for examples, where it is present, periosteum, endosteum, pericardium, heart walls, and giant capsule, and a deeper part of the dermis of skin. Student, what is the meaning of periosteum? Outer layer of the bone, outer layer of the long bone, strong bone, that is covered with the periosteum. Next, endosteum, inner surface of the long bone, that is covered with the endosteum. Inner part of the bone, that is covered with the endosteum. Next, pericardium, outer layer of the heart, that is surrounds with the pericardium. Heart walls, bicuspid wall, tricuspid walls. Next, giant capsule, one of the bone joined with the another bone by the formation of the giant capsule. Okay, next, deeper part of the dermis of skin. Dermis, it is the below the epidermis of the skin, and deeper part of the dermis of skin. These are all the parts in the body is formed with the dense irregular connective tissue. Next, third one in the dense connective tissue, that is elastic connective tissue. Elastic connective tissue that consists of elastic fibers, which gives the yellowish in color. Yellowish elastic fibers present in this. Next, shows the extension and the recoil. Shows the extension. Shows the extension and returns into original size, original structure. Shows extension and the recoil. Student, where it is present? Wall of the arteries. Arteries are the one type of the blood vessel which supplies the oxygenated blood and the nutrients to the body tissues, body organs, body parts. Wall of the arteries. Vocal cords. Vocal cords are present in the region of the wall of pharynx. Okay, student, wall of throat. Okay, these are the string-like structures present in the larynx. Okay, larynx is the sound producing organ in the human beings. Vocal cords which produces the sound. Vocal cords, trachea, windpipe. It is the part of the respiratory system. Bronchi. Okay, elastic ligament between the vertebra. Student, vertebral column or the backbone, it is the main character which is shown by the vertebrates from the fishes to the mammals. Fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals, these are the animals shows the vertebral column or the backbone at the dorsal part of the body. Vertebral column or the backbone that shows the serial arrangement of the vertebrae. Each one of the vertebrae combines with the attaches with the adjacent vertebrae with the help of the elastic ligament that is also made up with the elastic connective tissue. Is skeletal tissue. What about the skeletal tissue? It is the second type of the connective tissue. First one is connective tissue proper, second one is skeletal tissue, third one is fluid connective tissue. Okay. In this, what about the skeletal tissue? It is a supporting tissue in the body. Okay, supporting tissue supports the body, supports the organs. Okay, and also helps in locomotion, movement of the body, provides support to the body, and also gives protection to the organs. Next, student, constitute endoskeleton of the vertebrates. Endoskeleton means these are the bony structures present in the inner part of the body. Endoskeleton, skeletal parts in the body, that is endoskeleton of vertebrates. Vertebrates means the animals from the fishes to the mammals are the vertebrates. Constitutes skeletal tissue, constitutes endoskeleton of vertebrates. Skeletal tissue that forms the endoskeleton of vertebrates. Next, student, skeletal tissue that is divides into two types. One is the cartilage, second one is the bone. First one about the cartilage. Cartilage is also called gristle. Okay, student. Next, cartilage, it is the same solid and the semi-rigid connective tissue. Cartilage is the one type of the connective tissue. It is also called gristle and semi-solid. Okay, student, semi-solid and semi-rigid. Next, student, matrix is also present in this type of the tissue in the cartilage. Matrix consists of water, lipids, collagen protein and non-collagen proteins. This is about the composition of the matrix in the cartilage skeletal tissue. Next, what is the meaning of perichondrium? Perichondrium, that means it is the outer fibrous sheath of the cartilage, outer fibrous connective tissue layer of the cartilage. Cartilage is covered with the outer fibrous connective tissue sheath, that is called perichondrium. Next, students, chondroblast. What about the chondroblast? Student, in the cartilage, if you observe, there is a fibers. These are the fibers along with the cells. Cells present in the cartilage is called fibroblast. Okay, chondroblast, that means immature fibroblast cells of the cartilage. Immature fibroblast of the cartilage called chondroblast. The cells present in the cartilage tissue in the form of the immature fibroblast called chondroblast. And these are the chondroblast are again converts into fibroblast converts into chondroblast. So what about the chondrocytes? Chondrocytes are the cells present in the cartilage. These are mature cells of the cartilage. Immature cells of the cartilage is called chondroblast. Mature cells of the cartilage is called chondrocytes. Next, these are the chondrocytes secretes matrix and continuous secretion of the matrix which surrounds the chondrocytes and forms forms the vacuole-like arrangement. That is, the vacuole present in the cartilage which surrounds the chondrocytes is called lacunae. Okay, student. Next, entire surrounded by vacuole. These are the chondrocytes surrounded by vacuole, empty spaces. Okay, like empty spaces, vacuole like empty spaces that surrounds the chondrocytes is called lacuna. Okay, student, it contains chondrocytes. Each one of the lacunae contains one or more chondrocyte cells. Student, avascular means blood capillaries, blood vessels are absent in the cartilage. Okay, and obtain nutrition, provides nutrition by the diffusion process from the or through the blood vessels of the perichondrium. Perichondrium is the outer layer of the cartilage. Okay, this is the perichondrium is with the blood vessels and blood capillaries. From these blood capillaries and the blood vessels, this one is the cartilage, entire the part of the cartilage receives nourishment or the nutrition by the help of the diffusion process, and entire the cartilage is divided into three types. In this, first one is hyaline cartilage, second one is elastic cartilage, third one is fibrous cartilage. Student, what about the hyaline cartilage? It is glass-like and matrix, glass-like appearance, and matrix or the substance, outer part of the chondroblast or the chondrocytes. Matrix is with the collagen fibers. Okay, students, only collagen fibers are present in the hyaline cartilage and bluish white in color. Okay, student, it is the diagrammatic part of the hyaline cartilage. Okay, it is the chondrin. Entire this one is the region is chondrin. Chondrin means matrix. Okay, and if you observe this type of the hyaline cartilage, some amount of the region is with chondrocytes. Chondrocytes are present in the lacunae. Student, it is the lacuna. Entire the part is called lacunae. That means empty space present in the hyaline cartilage. And each of the lacunae surrounds with the chondrocyte. This is the chondrocyte, student. This is the lacunae. Okay, and each one of the chondrocyte also shows the nucleus, and it is the part of the hyaline cartilage is surrounds with the outer fibrous connective tissue sheath, that is called perichondrium, and it is the hyaline cartilage forms the embryonic endoskeleton of the vertebrates. Student, if you observe development of the embryo in the uterus of the vertebrates, student, embryonic endoskeleton, bony structures in the inner part of the developing embryo that totally formed by hyaline cartilage, and endoskeleton of the cyclostomes. Cyclostomes are the jawless animals, jawless fishes. Okay, these are the marine animals. Endoskeleton of the cyclostomes. These are also chordates. Cyclostomes also chordates. For example, Petromyzon mixin animals. Endoskeleton of the cyclostomes, that is formed by hyaline cartilage. Next, cartilage fishes, adult cartilage fishes. Okay, it is also formed the entire. This is the hyaline cartilage forms the bony structures, skeletal parts of the adult cartilage fishes. Entire the skeletal structures formed by the cartilage. So these are the fishes also called cartilage fishes. Next, articular cartilage. What about the meaning of articular cartilage? These are the end parts of the longest bone. End parts of the terminal parts of the longest bone that is attaches with the another one of the bone. That is called articular surface of the bone. That is the articular part of the bone is formed with the cartilage. Articular cartilage means Ribs are the bones present at the chest region. These are the ribs attached to the sternum by the help of the hyaline cartilage. With the help of the hyaline cartilage, that is the attachment of the each rib to the sternum, that is possible by the formation of the hyaline cartilage, that is called costal cartilages. Next, epiphyseal plates. Epiphyseal plates means, students, if you observe the longest bone, it is the longest bone, and it is the part of the terminal part of the bone is called epiphysis. It is the epiphysis, student. Next, below the epiphysis there is a metaphysis, and below the metaphysis, longest shaft like arrangement of the bone, outer surface of the bone is called diaphysis. Okay, student, it is the epiphysis, it is the metaphysis, it is the diaphysis. After it is the metaphysis, it is the metaphysis, and it is the epiphysis. Okay, student, in this is the epiphysis is with the plate like arrangement which shows the growth of the bone. And student, these are the plates present in this region, epiphysis region, called epiphyseal plates. Epiphyseal plates present at the region of the epiphysis of the bone. Okay, these are epiphyseal plates also formed with hyaline cartilage. And students, nasal septal cartilage. Nasal septal cartilage, that means if you observe nasal cavity divides into right and the left chambers by the help of the vertical septum, that is called nasal septum. Okay, student. Next, and that is the nasal septum is formed by hyaline cartilage. Next, cartilaginous rings of the trachea. Trachea, it is the windpipe that shows the ring-like arrangement, small ring-like shape, C-shaped bony structures, cartilage structures. These are made up with the hyaline cartilage, cartilaginous rings of trachea. Next, second one is elastic cartilage. Elastic cartilage, students, it is the diagram that shows about the structure of the elastic cartilage. It is yellowish due to the presence of the elastic fibers. Elastic show elasticity and elastic, and also with the collagen fibers. Collagen fibers is also present in this part. Okay, students, and it provides strength and the elasticity. And students, it is also with the perichondrium. Perichondrium is also present. Entire the part of the cartilage that is covered with the perichondrium. Okay. Next, it is found in pinna of ear. Student, it is the outer part of the ear. This is made up with the cartilage, that is elastic cartilage. This is the entire the part of the external ear is called pinna. Okay, pinna of the ear that is formed with the elastic cartilage. And Eustachian tube. Eustachian tube is the tube-like arrangement that connects the middle ear with the pharynx. Okay, it connects the two parts. One is the pharynx, another one is the canal of the middle ear. This helps in equalize the pressure at the either sides of the eardrum. Okay, student, it is about the Eustachian tube that formed by elastic cartilage. Epiglottis. Student, trachea is covered with the leaf-like flap arrangement that is made up with the cartilage, that is called epiglottis. It prevents the entry of the food material into the trachea, into the respiratory system. Next, student, fibrous cartilage. What about the fibrous cartilage? Student, fibrous cartilage is totally consists of collagen fibers only, and perichondrium is absent. Student, it is the fibrous cartilage that consists only collagen fibers. So these are collagen fibers. Okay, student, and perichondrium is absent. There is no perichondrium. Okay, next, and the strongest in all types of the cartilage. It is the fibrous cartilage is the strongest cartilage. Next, it is present in intervertebral disc. Intervertebral disc means there is a disc present between the vertebrae of the vertebral column or the backbone. These are the intervertebral disc formed by fibrous cartilage. Next, student, pubic symphysis of pelvis. Pelvis is the region between the lower abdomen and the thighs. This is the pelvis part that consists of two bones. Two bones are called pubic bones. These are the two pubic bones are connected with attaches with the fibrous cartilage, that is called pubic symphysis. Okay, student? And student, it is the arrangement of the elastic cartilage. Elastic cartilage that consists of two types of the fibers, elastic fibers and collagen fibers. Okay, it is totally available yellowish in color due to the presence of the elastic fibers. Perichondrium is present, and it is the lacunae, student. Entire it is a lacunae, and it is enclosed with the chondrocyte. Each of the lacunae that is encloses with the chondrocyte. Student, it is the chondrocyte. Chondrocytes surrounds with the lacuna. It is the elastic cartilage, and it is the fibrous cartilage, it is the hyaline cartilage. Students, what about the bone? Bone is the one type of the connective tissue. It is the part of the skeletal tissue. Still, it is also called osseous tissue. Hardest tissue in the vertebrates. Vertebrates, already you know about the vertebrates. It is the hard tissue in the vertebrates. Next, considered as a homeostatic reservoir of the calcium, magnesium and the phosphorus. Okay, homeostatic reservoir, that means maintains certain level, maintains equal level, normal level. Okay, which are maintained by the connective tissue, the type of the osseous tissue, calcium, magnesium, phosphorus. Calcium, magnesium, phosphorus levels are maintained in this type of the connective tissue. Next, it is the support soft tissue, protects the delicate organs in the body, and it is highly vascular. It is also composed with the suspended with the blood vessels and blood capillaries. Student, limb bones serve as weight bearing functions. Limb bones, the bones present in the forelimb, end limb. In human beings, the bones present in the hand and the legs, these are called limb bones. Limb bones are act as serve as a weight bearing functions. Next, it is a consist non-pliable matrix. Non-pliable, pliable means flexible. Okay, it is non-flexible matrix, and matrix is with the collagen fibers. The cells present in the fibroblast cells present in the bone that secretes the collagen fibers. Next, student, during aging, inorganic materials are increases in the part of the bone during aging, excess age. Okay, inorganic materials are increases in the bone and making it more brittle. Brittle means easily breakable because of the storing of the inorganic materials in the bone. Next, student, what about the periosteum? Periosteum means outer fibrous connective tissue sheath that covers the outer surface of the bone, that is periosteum. Next, endosteum. Endosteum means inner connective tissue sheath that lines the bone marrow cavity. Bone marrow cavity is lined with the inner connective tissue sheath, that is called endosteum. Okay, student? Still, under osteoblast, osteocytes, osteoclasts are the cells, different types of the cells present in the bone or osseous tissue. What about osteoblast? These are the immature bone cells. Immature bone cells, student, and secretes collagen fibers of the matrix. Matrix is with the collagen fibers. These are secretes by the cells present in the bone called osteoblast cells. Secretes collagen fibers. Next, student, helps in mineralization. These are the osteoblast cells, also called as bone forming cells, bone formation cells. The process is called osteogenesis. Next, osteocytes. Osteocytes are mature bone cells. These are the mature bone cells or lie in lacunae. Okay, osteocytes are present in lacunae. Okay, and these are the osteocytes are surrounded by the matrix. These are non-dividing cells. These are the cells not goes to the division, and these are the cells remain in G0 phase in the cell cycle, not divided cells. Next, mature bone cells are osteocytes. Immature bone cells are osteoblast. Osteoblasts are converts into osteocytes. Next, osteoclasts. Osteoclasts are phagocytic cells involved in a resorption of the bone. The material, the calcium phosphate, calcium and the phosphorus which is present in the bone, these are released into the, absorbed into the blood, and it causes the losing of the calcium and the phosphorus. That is called resorption of the bone. Okay, student, and these are the cells. Osteoclasts are the cells also called bone destroying cells. Okay, that process losing of the minerals from the bone by the osteoclasts are called demineralization, student. Okay, next, types of the bones. There are 4 types of the bones based on the formation. In this, first one is cartilage bone, second one is investing bones, third one is sesamoid bone, fourth one is visceral bone. In this first one, cartilage bone, these are also called replacing bone, endochondral bone. These are the bones formed by ossification of the cartilage. Ossification means formation of the bone from the cartilage. The type of the bones are called cartilage bones. For example, bones of the limbs, bones present in the hand, bones present in the legs, bones of the forelimb, hind limb. Next, girdles. Girdles are the group of the bones, and these are 2 types, pelvic girdle and the pectoral girdle. Okay, student, pectoral girdle presented the thoracic region of the body, and pelvic girdle presented the pelvis region of the body. Okay, the bones present in the girdles are formed by ossification of cartilage. Okay, next, vertebra are the bones, small bones present in the backbone or the vertebral column. Okay, these are the vertebra, are also example for cartilage bones. Next, investing bones. These are also called dermal bones, membrane bones formed by ossification in embryonic mesenchyme. Mesenchyme, that is derived from the mesoderm layer in the embryo development, and this is the mesenchyme is ossification into the bone. The type of the bones are called investing bone, dermal bones, membrane bones. Which are the example for investing bones? Bones of the cranium, student. And clavicles. Clavicle is the one of the bone present in the pectoral girdle. Clavicles, bones of the cranium, are the example for investing bones. Next, students, sesamoid bones. Sesamoid bones are formed by ossification of the tendon. What about the tendon? Tendon is the dense connective tissue. Student, dense regular connective tissue that connects the bone to the muscle. Okay, student, that connects the bone to the muscle. Tendon is the dense regular connective tissue that connects the bone to the muscle. That is tendon. Okay, formed by ossification of the tendon. The type of the bones are called sesamoid bones. Example, patella or the kneecap. Patella or the kneecap is the best example for sesamoid bone. Next, visceral bones. What about the visceral bones? These are formed by ossification of the soft tissue. Soft tissue is changes into the bone. The type of the bones are called visceral bones. Student, for example, os penis. Os penis, it is the part in the penis of the most bats. Bats are the mammals. Okay, next, rodents and most carnivores like dogs and the whales. Okay, os penis and penis of most bats, rodents, carnivores like dogs and the whales. This is the example for visceral bones. Okay, still skeletal tissue divides into cartilage and the bone. This is the eversion system contains in the bone, part of the bone. Student, eversion system. Student, already you know about the bone. Bone that consists of three main regions. One is the epiphysis, another one is metaphysis and the diaphysis. Okay, in this, epiphysis composed of spongy bone or tubercular bone. Okay, what about the spongy bone or the tubercular bone? Okay, in this, epiphysis of the bone, that is formed by spongy bone or tubercular bone. And students, what about the compact bone? Diaphysis part of the bone is called compact bone. Diaphysis is the shaft structure, shaft arrangement of the bone. That is, the diaphysis is composed with the compact bone. Okay, hence one of the bone that consists of two parts. One is the spongy bone or tubercular bone, another one is the compact bone. Student, spongy bone, the region of the epiphysis, spongy bone consists of network of thin and the longitudinal transverse bar-like arrangement. Okay, longitudinal thin bar-like arrangement is appeared in the form of the network structure. These are called trabeculae, student, trabeculae. Okay, trabeculae are the bar-like structures present at the region of the spongy bone. Okay, next, periosteum. What about the periosteum, student? It is the TS part, transverse section of the compact bone. It is the periosteum. What about the periosteum? Diaphysis part of the bone is covered with the dense fibrous connective tissue sheath. That is called periosteum. It is the periosteum, student. Next, and the endosteum. What is the meaning of endosteum? It is the part is called endosteum. Endosteum, that means diaphysis has a hollow cavity that is called marrow cavity. Marrow cavity, student, it is the bone marrow. Bone marrow. This diaphysis has a hollow cavity. Diaphysis of the compact bone has a hollow cavity, that is called marrow cavity. Marrow cavity, bone marrow cavity entirely surrounds with the layer that is called endosteum, student. Next, outer circumferential lamella. Student, it is the outer circumferential lamellae. Lamellae means these are the plate-like structures, plate-like arrangement of the tissue. Okay, matrix between the periosteum and endosteum. Matrix in the bone, it is appeared in the form of the substance, appeared in the form of the lamellae-like structures. Matrix appeared in the form of the plate-like structures called lamella, student. And matrix between periosteum and endosteum. Student, it is the periosteum, it is the endosteum. Between periosteum and endosteum there is a matrix is appeared in the form of the outer circumferential lamella. Outer circumferential lamella immediately beneath the periosteum. It is the outer circumferential lamella. Next, inner circumferential lamella. Inner circumferential lamella, student, it is the inner circumferential lamella. Inner circumferential lamella locates above the endosteum. Student, it is the endosteum. Okay, locates around the endosteum. Next, student, between outer and the inner circumferential lamella. It is the outer circumferential lamella, it is the inner circumferential lamella. Between these two there is a many unit-like structures. These are the many units. Each one of the unit is called eversion system or the osteon. Okay, eversion system or osteons. In this interstitial lamella, what about the interstitial lamella? Student, the space between eversion system. Student, it is the one of the eversion system. It is the one of the eversion system. It is the one of the eversion system. It is totally one eversion system. It is totally one eversion system. The space between the eversion system, there is a lamella. The space between the eversion system with lamella, student, these are interstitial lamella. These are interstitial lamella. The space between the eversion system is also with the lamella. Matrix is appeared in the form of the lamella. These are called interstitial lamella. Okay, student. Next, eversion system that consists of eversion canal. It is the one eversion system. It is the another one of the eversion system. Each one of the eversion system that consists of eversion canal. It is the eversion canal, student. Is the eversion canals. Okay. Next, eversion canal, it contains artery, vein and the lymph vessels also. Okay, eversion canal that is surrounded by concentric lamellae. Student, it is the eversion canal. Okay, eversion canal, it is the eversion canal and also surrounded with the lamella. These are lamella. Student, each one of the eversion system also surrounds with the lamella. These are lamella. Okay, these are lamella called concentric lamella. Concentric lamellae surrounds the eversion canal. Student, lacunae is also present between the lamella. Lacunae means these are the spaces. These are the spaces also present between the lamellae. Next, each one of the lacunae between the lamella, each one of the lacunae that is also encloses with the osteocytes. Osteocytes are the cells, one type of the cells in the bone. Okay, each one of the lacunae is encloses with the one osteocyte. Okay, next, student, what is the meaning of the eversion system? Eversion system that means eversion canal and surrounding lamella and lacunae which encloses the osteocyte totally forms the one of the unit that is called eversion system or also called osteon. Next, student, another eversion canal. Each one of the eversion canal, it is communicate with one another. One of the eversion canal is connect with another one of the eversion canal and also with the periosteum. Also communicate with the periosteum. Student, and also with the bone marrow cavity. Bone marrow cavity by the help of the transverse and the oblique canals. These are the canals are called Volkmann canals. One of the eversion canal communicate with another, and also with the periosteum and also with the bone marrow cavity by the help of the transverse canals and oblique canals. These are called Volkmann canals. Okay, it is about the eversion system. Student, if you observe eversion system in the compact bone, by the help of the TS of the compact bone, it is the periosteum. Okay, it is the endosteum. Okay, the region below the endosteum there is a bone marrow. Next, it is the outer circumferential lamellae, it is the inner circumferential lamellae which surrounds the endosteum. Next, between outer and the inner circumferential lamella there is a many eversion systems. Each one of the eversion system also called osteum. Okay, eversion system that consists of eversion canal and also with the surrounding lamella. Between the lamella there is a lacunae. Each one of the lacunae that consists of osteocyte. Okay, student, eversion canal it is surrounds with the lamella called concentric lamellae. Next, the space between the eversion system there is a lamellae. These are called interstitial lamellae. Students, now about the fluid connective tissue. Student, bone is completed. Bone that is with the inorganic matter and the organic substance. Inorganic matter is available in the form of the calcium phosphate. Okay, this is the calcium phosphate. It presents in the crystals of hydroxyapatite. Okay, student, inorganic matter of the bone, that is calcium phosphate. Calcium phosphate is in the presence of the crystals of hydroxyapatite. Okay, next, organic substance, major organic substance in the bone is collagen. Collagen is the major organic substance. Student, and now entered into the fluid connective tissue. Fluid connective tissue. It is the last type of the connective tissue. First one is connective tissue proper. Second one is skeletal tissue. Skeletal tissue is it is of two types, cartilage, and the one is the bone. Third one is fluid connective tissue. These students, fluid connective tissue, it is also called vascular tissue, and it is with the blood and the lymph. Blood and the lymph. Fluid connective tissue is of two types. One is the blood, second one is the lymph. Next, students, what about the blood? First one, the blood, it is consists of fluid matrix. Fluid matrix. Blood consists of fluid matrix. Matrix are the ground substance available in form of the fluid, and also with the cells. Cells also present in the blood. This is the entire the blood shows the movement through the circulatory system. Shows motility. Student, it is the blood circulate throughout the body in the by the help of the cardiovascular system. Cardio, that is the vascular system, blood circulatory system is with blood vessels and the heart. Okay, heart pumps the blood into the blood vessels, and blood vessels supplies the blood to the body parts and target organs and the tissues in the body. Blood is passes throughout the circulatory system, blood circulatory system, that is called cardiovascular system. A student study about the blood is called hematology. Hematology is the study about the blood. A student, blood is with a slightly alkaline in nature and with pH is 7.3 to 7.5. Okay, student. Next, it is constitutes with plasma and blood cells. Plasma constitute 55% of the total blood, and blood cells that constitute 45% of the total amount of the blood. Next student, and if you observe, adult human being approximately contains total volume of the blood is 5 to 6 liters. 5 to 6 liters. Okay student. Next, what about the hematocrit value? Hematocrit value, also called packed cell value. Hematocrit value means percentage of the total volume occupied by the red blood cells. Okay, percentage of total volume of the blood that is occupied by red blood cells. Student, percentage of total volume occupied by red blood cells. Which amount of the blood is occupied by the red blood cells or the erythrocyte? That is the value is called hematocrit value. Okay. Next, student, blood is with plasma and the blood cells. In this first one is plasma. First one is plasma. Yellow transparent colloidal mixture. Colloidal means these are the particles suspended into the different parts. Okay, yellowish transparent colloidal mixture, different particles present in the plasma. Yellow transparent colloidal mixture, and plasma contains 92% water and 8% solutes. These are the solutes available in form inorganic salts and organic components. These are the 8% solutes with in the form of the inorganic salts and organic constituents, organic components. Now first one about the inorganic salts. Inorganic salts in the plasma are chloride and bicarbonates of sodium, magnesium, calcium and the potassium. Okay, next also ions. Ions also present, electrolytes, sulfates, phosphates also present. Next student, what about the organic constituents, organic components? These are plasma proteins. These are mainly plasma proteins. These are the plasma proteins also act as acid base buffers, which helps in the maintenance of the blood pH to the 7.3 to 7.5. Student, and which are the plasma proteins present in the plasma? These are albumins, globulins, prothrombin, fibrinogen. Okay student, these are the plasma proteins. First one, albumins. Albumins are the smallest proteins. These are formed from the liver, synthesized from the liver. These are the smallest proteins among all plasma proteins. And these are the albumins helps in maintenance of the osmotic pressure of the blood. Okay, and student, it is also leads to edema. Edema means student, due to the low amount of the albumins, low amount of the albumins or smaller proteins in the plasma of blood, that leads to the accumulation of the fluid in the tissue region, that is called edema. Accumulation of the fluid in the tissue, that is called edema. A student, globulins. Globulins, these are formed in lymphoid organs, student, spleen, thymus, bone marrow. These are some amount of the lymphoid organs formed in lymphoid organs. Globulins are. Next, these are the globulins are 3 types: alpha globulin, beta globulin and gamma globulin. Student, these are the globulins are act as carriers for different types of the proteins and the lipids, and gamma globulins are the immunoglobulins. Okay, and shows the function against the microorganisms and the antigens in the body and gives protection from the diseases. Next student, prothrombin. Prothrombin Fibrinogen, these are the blood clotting proteins. Prothrombin is essential for blood clotting of the blood. This is the prothrombin is essential for the clotting of the blood. Next, fibrinogen, it is also essential for the clotting of the blood. Student, clot is formed when the blood vessel is injured. Okay, blood vessel is injured, clot is necessary at that region. Clot is formed when it is the fibrinogen is converted into fibrin. Okay, student, fibrin, it is available arranged in the form of the network like structure, and all the blood cells are traps in it. Okay, fibrin, it is the fibrin. Fibrinogen is converted into fibrin and helps in clotting of the blood. Next, student, and the blood cells. Next portion in the blood is blood cells. First one is plasma, second one is blood cells. In these are also termed with formed elements of the blood. Which are the formed elements? Which are the blood cells? Red blood cells, also called erythrocytes. White blood cells, also called leukocytes, and platelets. Okay, student. Next, in this, what is the meaning of the hemopiesis and or hematopoiesis? Formation of the blood cells, formation of the white blood cells, red blood cells. That is, the process is called hemopiesis. Student, in this hemopiesis, early stage of the embryonic development in life history of the animal or human beings. Early stage of the embryonic development, these are the blood cells are produced from yolks of mesoderm. The cells present in the yolks of mesoderm, it is the yolk sac is the one of the extra embryonic membrane. Okay, yolk sac mesoderm produces blood cells. And student, after some time later, liver and the spleen is act as a temporary hemopietic organs. Student, these are the organs which consist of tissue, goes to the division and produces the blood cells. Okay, next, firstly yolk sac mesoderm, secondarily or later liver, spleen act as hemopietic organs which produce blood cells. Next, final stage of the embryo, final stage of the embryonic development, final stage of the embryo after the birth in the history of the life of individual. Final stage of the embryo after birth, blood cells are produced from the red bone marrow. Okay, student, these are the hemopietic organs which produces the blood cells. Students, erythrocytes are red blood cells, red blood corpuscles. These are the one type of the cells present in the fluid connective tissue or the blood. Okay, and about this RBC, erythrocytes, first described by Leeuwenhoek in 1674. These are the red blood cells are circular and without the nucleus in all mammals except llama and the camel. In these two animals, llama and the camel, RBC is oval in shape and with the nucleus is present in these two animals, and all the mammals except these two, nucleus is absent and RBC is circular in shape, and both the sides of the RBC is with the biconcave shape of the RBC provides large surface area, increases its surface area, and students, at the same time it also facilitates for the diffusion of the oxygen and the carbon dioxide through its plasma membrane. Okay, And students, RBC is about 7.8 micrometer in diameter, and number of RBC per cubic millimeter of blood is about 5 million in man, and it is about 4 million in human. Okay student, in the human beings. Next student, what about erythrocytopenia? Erythrocytopenia, that means decreases in the number of RBC, decreases in the number of red blood cells, is called erythrocytopenia. Erythrocytopenia, that means decreases the number of red blood cells, erythrocytes. Okay, it also leads to anemia. Okay student, anemia, that is the condition is with the low amount of the red blood cells in the blood. Okay, it causes the dizziness and the headache and fatigue. Okay student. Next, another one, polycythemia. What about polycythemia? Polycythemia, that means abnormal increase in the count of RBC, abnormal increase in the number of red blood cells or the erythrocytes, called polycythemia. Next, what about the role of erythropoietin? Erythropoietin, it is the hormone, it is secreted by the tissue present in the kidney. Okay, kidney secretes one of the hormone into the blood circulation, that one is erythropoietin. Student, secretes by kidney due to the low amount of the oxygen, low amount of the oxygen which is not supplied to the tissues, cells of the body, and at the same time it is the condition stimulates the kidney to secrete the erythropoietin, and this is the hormone. Erythropoietin is the hormone secreted by kidney and stimulates the bone marrow to produce excess amount of the red blood cells. Okay, bone marrow is the site for the production of the RBC. The cells present in the bone marrow that goes to the division and produces the red blood cells. Okay, by the erythropoietin hormone when low amount of the oxygen supplies to the body tissues. Next, vitamin B12 and the folic acid is necessary for the maturation of the red blood cells. Okay student. Next, covered by plasma membrane, entire the red blood cell is covered with the plasma membrane, and nucleus, cell organelles are lost at reticulocyte stage. Student, bone marrow, the cells present in the bone marrow that produces reticulocytes into the blood circulation. These are the reticulocytes entered into the blood circulation, entered into the blood, and these are matured into the erythrocytes again after some time. These are again develops into the mature stage, that is called red blood cells. Okay, reticulocytes produces by bone marrow, and when they are entered into the blood circulation or the blood, these are matured into the red blood cells or erythrocytes. Okay, and at the time of the reticulocyte stage, cell organelles and the nucleus is lost. And student, hemoglobin, what about the role of the hemoglobin in the RBC, red blood cell? Reddish respiratory pigment, it is also called chromoprotein, which gives red color to the erythrocytes, red blood cell present in the RBC. RBC is with the chromoprotein, or reddish respiratory pigment, that is called hemoglobin. Student, hemoglobin that consists of two parts, one is the heme, another one is the globin. Okay, and it is oxygen carrier in vertebrates body. In the vertebrates, body of vertebrate animals, this is the hemoglobin is acting as a carrier for the supplying of the oxygen to the all the cells in the body. Student, each hemoglobin molecule that consists of 4 polypeptide chains. Each hemoglobin molecule that consists 4 polypeptide chains. In these 2 alpha chains, 2 are beta chains. And each hemoglobin molecule also with the 4 heme molecules. 4 heme molecules. Students, in this, in center of the each heme group, okay, if you take only one of the heme group, in 4 heme molecules, if you observe one of the heme group, in the center of each heme group, one Fe2 plus ion is there. Student, each one of the Fe2 plus is combines with the one molecule of oxygen. Okay, student, and in this way, each one of the hemoglobin carries 4 molecules of the combines with the 4 molecules of the oxygen and carries the 4 molecules of the oxygen to the tissues, to the cells of the body. Next, lifespan of RBC is about 120 days. After the 120 days, these are the red blood cells are destroyed. Goes to the destruction in graveyard of RBC, that is called spleen. After 120 days, after the completion of the lifespan, these are the red blood cells are destroyed in the spleen. So it is also called graveyard for red blood cells, also destroyed in the liver. Student, next, after in this, the cells present in the spleen that are called macrophages. Macrophages ingest the red blood cell, worn out RBC, lifespan completed RBC, and the hemoglobin is divided into heme and the globin. In this, student, and amount of the iron is also derived from the heme group after the destruction of the hemoglobin. Amount of the iron molecules, and is also helps in formation of the red blood cells again. Next, unused heme is converted into bile pigment, okay, mostly in the form of the bilirubin. Okay, this is the bile pigment is secretes by the liver. Next, what about the erythropoiesis? Formation of the red blood cells is called erythropoiesis. The process involved in the formation of the RBC is called erythropoiesis. Students, now goes to discuss about the next topic, that one is leukocytes. Leukocytes also called white blood cells, white blood corpuscles. And what about this? Colorless. These are the cells are colorless, and nucleated cells. So nucleus is present in the cytoplasm of the cell. Okay. Next, spherical in shape, circular shape, and irregular shape is irregular, students. And these are the cells also shows the amoeboid movement. By the help of the amoeboid movement, these are enters into the tissues, connective tissues from the blood circulation through the walls of the blood capillaries or the blood vessels. This is the movement. This is the ability of the movement from the blood to the connective tissue through the walls of the blood capillaries or the blood vessel. That is called diapedesis. Okay, student, it is possible by the amoeboid movement of the white blood cells. Next, these are larger than RBC in size and less than in number than the RBC. Less in number than RBC and larger than RBC in size. Okay, normal leukocyte count in human beings 6,000 to 10,000 per cubic millimeter of the blood. Okay, student. Next, what about leukopoiesis, leukocytosis, and leukemia and leukocytopenia? In this, leukopoiesis means process of formation of the WBC, white blood cells, called leukopoiesis. And leukocytosis, that means a slight increase, the least increase of the white blood cells count in the blood. That is, the condition is called leukocytosis. And leukemia, what is about the leukemia? Leukemia, it is the one of the condition that is with abnormal increase in the number of the white blood cells in the blood. Okay, and this abnormal increase of the white blood cells leads to the cancer. Okay, it is the one type of the cancer, abnormal increase in the number of the white blood cells. Next, student, leukocytopenia, that means a fall in white blood cells count, that is leukocytopenia. Next, the white blood cells are differentiated into two types based on the presentation of the granules in the cytoplasm. Some amount of the white blood cells shows the granules in the cytoplasm. Based on the presentation and the absence of the granules in the white blood cells, these are differentiated into two types. One is granulocytes, another one is agranulocytes. Next, granulocytes are differentiated into three types again based on their staining properties. Okay, students, these are, first one is eosinophils, second one is basophils, third one is neutrophils. In this first one, eosinophils constitutes 2.3% in total amount of the white blood cells. Student, nucleus is bilobed. Nucleus is divides into two lobes. Nucleus is bilobed in the eosinophils, and large granules present in the cytoplasm. Student, granules are larger in size. Large granules present in the cytoplasm, and increase in allergic and helminth infections. Helminth worms enters into the body, and at the same time allergic reactions. Allergic reactions means allergy, that means any foreign substance enters into the body. At the same time, immune system in the body shows some amount of the response. Okay, these are drug allergic conditions and another food allergic conditions, like that. Okay, at the time of the allergic conditions and helminth infections, the amount of the number of the eosinophils are increases in the blood circulation, and also shows the phagocytic nature. These are the cells also shows the phagocytic nature. Ingest engulf the microorganisms present in the body, present in the blood circulation. Next, students, remove antigen antibody complex. Antigen means any foreign substance enters into the body, microorganisms enters into the body. These are considered as antigens. Okay, these are the antigens are fight against the proteins that are produced by the immune system in the body. These are called antibodies. Student, antigen fight against the antibody. Antibodies, antigen complexes are removed by the eosinophils. Okay, students, and these are the eosinophils take stain with the eosin or the acidic dyes. Hence the name eosinophils, also called acidophils. Next, student, basophils. What about the basophils? These constitute 0.4% in total amount of the white blood cells. Nucleus is trilobed. Nucleus is divides into three lobes, student. Nucleus is divides into three lobes. Next, granules are fewer. These granules are few in number, and produce heparin and the histamine. These are the basophils produce heparin and the histamine. Okay, by the production of the heparin, they shows the supplement to the action of the mast cells. Mast cells present in the connective tissue also produces the heparin. Heparin is anticoagulant, okay, in the blood circulation in the body. Okay, student, basophils they give stains with the basic dyes. Okay, student, they take basic stains. Next, third one is neutrophils. Neutrophils constitute 62% of the total WBC account. Next, nucleus is multilobed. Nucleus divides into many lobes, student. This is the nucleus divides into 3 lobes, multilobes. Granules are small in size. These are the granules are small in size. Okay, student? And granules are small, and these are the cells shows the active phagocytic nature. Next, also considered as these are the neutrophils engulf the microorganisms. Okay, students, shows the effective phagocytic action on the foreign substance. So these are called microscopic policemen. Okay, students, and granules take neutral stains, hence named with neutrophils. Next, students, another egg granulocytes. Egg granulocytes, that means granules are absent in these white blood cells. Okay, these are available in 2 types. One is lymphocytes, another one is monocytes. What about the lymphocytes? Students, lymphocytes are small in size and consist a large spherical nucleus. Student, it is the largest spherical nucleus present in the cytoplasm. Because of the large, most of the space in the cytoplasm occupied by the large shaped nucleus, and cytoplasm is reaches to the periphery and appeared as scanty peripheral cytoplasm. Least amount of the cytoplasm reaches to the periphery. Next, student, these are lymphocytes are 2 types. One is the B lymphocytes, another one is T lymphocytes. B cells, T cells. B lymphocytes, T lymphocytes. B lymphocytes produces antibodies which shows against the action on the antigens, which kills, which destroys the antigens of the microorganisms. Antigens are the substances which causes the diseases in the animals, in human beings. These are the antibodies produced by B lymphocytes. B lymphocytes shows action against the antigens. Next, T lymphocytes. T lymphocytes shows effective action in the process of the immune system in the body. Okay, these are the T lymphocytes involved in the process of the immune system. Next, student, monocytes. Monocytes constitutes 5.3% in total amount of the white blood cells. And in this, nucleus is kidney shaped. Student, nucleus is kidney shaped nucleus. It is also called reniform. Reniform means kidney shape. Next, largest cells and motile phagocytes. Okay, this movement is also shows by the monocytes and shows effective phagocytic action. Phagocytes. Next, student, when these are entered into the connective tissue in the body, these are differentiated into macrophages. Okay, sir, it is about the monocytes. Okay, these are about the granulocytes and agranulocytes. Students, now discuss about blood platelets. What about the blood platelets? Blood platelets are also called thrombocytes. Okay, next, these are only present in mammals. Blood platelets are the thrombocytes present in mammals. Okay, what about the count of the thrombocytes or the blood platelets? Per cubic millimeter of the blood, these are 2,50,000 to 4,50,000 in human beings. Okay, student. Next, blood platelets are contractile and round or oval shaped structure, and non-nucleated cells. Nucleus is absent in these cells, and these are produces from the megakaryocytes, which is present in the bone marrow. These are large sized cells which is called megakaryocytes, which is present in the bone marrow of the human body by the process is called fragmentation. By the process of the fragmentation, these are the blood platelets or the thrombocytes are produces from the large megakaryocytes. Student, lifespan of the blood platelets is 5 to 9 days. Next, these are the blood platelets present in the blood circulation. Blood secretes thromboplastin substance, thromboplastin. Okay, students, this is the thromboplastin helps in clotting of the blood when blood vessel is injured, and this is the thromboplastin is adhere to the injured blood vessel, the edges of the injured blood vessel, and seals that injury of the blood vessel. Okay, next, students, it is the thromboplastin at the time of the blood clotting of the blood. Thromboplastin is adhere to the endothelial lining of the blood capillaries. Student, blood capillaries, that is made up with the single layer blood capillary. Student, blood capillary, that is the wall of the blood capillary made with the single layer, that is called endothelium. Okay, it is the thromboplastin tissue adhere to the attaches to the endothelial lining of the blood capillary and seals. Next, student, what about lymph? Lymph is the another one of the tissue, that is one of the tissue, fluid tissue in total amount of the fluid connective tissue. Fluid connective tissue available in two forms. One is the blood, second one is the lymph. Now, what about the lymph? What about the formation of the lymph? What is the content present in the, what is the composition or the content in the present in the lymph? Okay, student, in this first one, it is the colorless fluid without the RBC. It is the lymph is the colorless fluid, and it lacks the RBC. RBC is red blood cells is absent in the lymph. Next, it consists leukocytes, white blood cells are present in the lymph. Next, plasma includes with plasma, and lymphocytes, more number of the lymphocytes present in the lymph, and also with the small amount of the nutrients, oxygen, much amount of the carbon dioxide and other metabolites, okay, present in the lymph. A student, lymph formation site is interstitial space. Lymph formation, lymph is formed at the region called interstitial space. Interstitial space means the space between the tissue, the space between the cells. Okay, student, it is the one of the cell. It is the, if you observe, this one is the diagram. Okay, it is the one of the cell in the tissue. It is the totally tissue region in the body. It is the one of the cell. It is the under 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 cell. The region between the cells. The region between the cells, student. The region between the cell is called interstitial space. Okay, and Lymph is formed at this region. Lymph is formed at this region. Okay, lymph formation site is interstitial space. Next, student, portion of the blood, some amount of the portion present in the blood. Okay, portion of the blood, mainly water, solutes and small amount of the proteins. Large proteins are absent in the lymph. Small proteins or smaller proteins are present in the lymph. Portion of the blood which is passes through the blood capillaries and the blood vessels. In that blood, water, solutes and the proteins entered into the interstitial space due to hydrostatic pressure at the arteriolar ends. Student, that is called interstitial fluid. Student, blood is passes through the blood vessel, that is called artery. The blood is supplied towards the tissue region, towards the cellular part of the body by the help of the arteries. Student, it is the branch of the artery, fine branch of the artery, that is called arteriole. This is the arteriole is available, also divides into many branches called blood capillaries. Okay, this is the arteriole and the blood capillary supplies the blood. Okay, supplies the blood. Okay, in this some amount of the water, solutes, proteins present in the blood that passes through the blood capillary at the tissue region in the body. Due to the hydrostatic pressure at the arteriolar end. Student, it is the arteriole. It is the last part of the arteriole or the blood capillary. Okay, due to the hydrostatic pressure at the end of the arteriole, some portion of the blood such as water, solutes, proteins entered into the space between the cells. Entered into the space. Amount of the fluid present in the blood is entered into the outer part of the cell. Student, that is the fluid once entered into the space between the cells, that is called interstitial fluid. That is, the fluid is called interstitial fluid. Okay, student. Next, another one. Most fluid return to blood by venular ends due to the osmotic pressure. Student, amount of the fluid present in the interstitial space. Okay, that is, the fluid is called interstitial fluid. Okay, student. The amount of the fluid, another most amount of the fluid which is present in the interstitial space, interstitial fluid, and again return into the blood, that is passes through the venules and veins. Student, it is the vein entered into the tissue region in the form of the venule, and it is the venular end. Student, interstitial fluid again entered into the blood, that is passes through the venular end. Interstitial fluid enters into the blood capillary of the vein. Okay, through its walls. Most amount of the interstitial fluid returns into the blood, that is passes through the lumen of the venular ends and the venules. Interstitial fluid comes outside and entered into the interstitial space through the blood capillaries of the arteries, and this is the interstitial fluid return into the blood capillaries of the venule or venular ends by the help of the osmotic pressure. Okay, student, osmotic pressure means it is the pressure to stop the osmosis, that is called osmotic pressure. Okay, student, and some amount of the fluid is retained in this part, available in the form of the interstitial fluid. Okay, after that is returned into the blood of the venular ends. Student, small amount of the fluid passes through the lymph capillaries. Student, small portion of the interstitial fluid entered into the lymph capillaries. Okay, lymph capillaries combines to form the lymphatic vessels. Lymph vessels combines to form the lymphatic ducts. Okay, once the lymphatic fluid entered into once the intestinal fluid present between the cells entered into the lymph capillaries, that is the fluid is termed with the lymph. Okay, student, extracellular fluid, interstitial fluid is also called extracellular fluid. The fluid present outside of the cells. The fluid between the cells. Extracellular tissue fluid enters into the lymph capillaries, that is called lymph. Okay, student, this is the lymph is passes through the lymph capillaries, combines open into the lymphatic vessels. Lymphatic vessels opens into the lymphatic ducts. Okay, finally that is the lymph is drained into the blood by the subclavian veins, large blood vessels that came from the neck region. These are called subclavian veins. Okay, the amount of the lymph that passes through the lymphatic duct is finally into the combines with the blood by the help of the subclavian veins. Okay, by this way lymph is comes out from the blood and finally it is added with the blood. It is about the lymph that is passes through the, that is circulate through the lymphatic system in the body. Okay, lymphatic system that consists of lymph capillaries, lymph vessels, lymph ducts, and another lymphoid organs is also present in the body. Students, now discuss about muscular tissue. Okay, what about the muscular tissue? Muscular tissue that is originated from the mesoderm layer. Muscular tissue that is originated from the cells of the mesoderm at the developing embryo. Student, next, except the muscles of iris and the ciliary body. These are the two parts related with the eye. Okay, muscles of iris and the ciliary body. Muscles present in the iris and the ciliary body. These are the parts related with the eye. Okay, sense organ. Student, muscles present in these two, these are originated from the ectoderm, developed from the ectoderm layer of the embryonic system. Next, student, these are the muscular system, entire the muscular system present in the body helps in the movement of the body and movement of the body parts. Okay, next, and the muscular tissue shows some amount of the properties like excitability and the contractility and the conductivity. Okay, student, and study about the muscular tissue is called myology. Study about the muscular tissue is called myology. Okay, next, student, muscles made up with the thin elongated cells. Muscle is formed with the thin elongated cells. That is the type of the cells called muscle fibers. Muscle fibers are the cells present in the muscle. Okay, student, muscle is not a cell. Muscle is with the cells. These are the cells are called muscle fibers. Muscle fibers are also called myocytes or sarcocytes. And these are the muscle fibers developed from the myoblast cells of the embryonic system, which is formed in the early embryo of the animal or organism. Okay, myoblasts are the cells present in the embryo stage of the organism, and these are develops into the muscle fibers which is present in the muscle. Next, these are the cells or the muscular tissue provides nutrition from the blood vessels. Blood vessels is extended towards the muscular tissue. Nutrition provides from the blood vessels. Next, student, it is the muscle fiber also shows the different organelles, cell organelles, and the plasma membrane. Plasma membrane surrounds the myofibril, that is called sarcolemma. Next, cytoplasm present in the muscle fiber, that is called sarcoplasm. Endoplasmic reticulum present in the muscle fiber called sarcoplasmic reticulum. And mitochondria present in the muscle fiber called sarcosomes. Okay. Next, student, myofibrils with a thick filament and the thin filaments entire throughout the length of the myofibril. The cytoplasm of the muscle fiber also shows two types of the filament-like structures, filaments, two types of the filaments. These are available in the form of the thick filament, thin filament. Two types of the filaments present in the cytoplasm of the muscle fiber. Okay, these are dark filament, these are thick filament or thin filament. Thick filament is called myosin, thin filament is called actin. Okay, two types of the filaments present in the cytoplasm of the muscle fiber. Which is thick, that is called myosin, which is thin, that is called actin. Actin filament, myosin filament. Next, sarcoplasm, students. Sarcoplasm also shows adenosine triphosphate molecules and phosphocreatine. Okay, student, which is releases phosphate and converts into the creatinine. Okay, phosphocreatine, it is the energy site in the cytoplasm of the muscle fiber. Okay, phosphocreatine, this is releases phosphate and converts into creatinine. Next, glycogen. Okay, food is stored in the form of the glycogen in the cytoplasm of the muscle fiber. And myoglobin, these are the pigments present in the muscle fiber and stores the oxygen molecules. Myoglobin, glycogen, phosphocreatine, adenosine triphosphate molecules present in the cytoplasm of the muscle fiber. Okay, student. Next, this is the muscular tissue that shows the three types of the muscles based on the structure, based on the location and the formation. Okay, what about the skeletal muscle? Skeletal muscles. Student, skeletal muscle, it is attaches to the bones in the body, attaches to the skeletal parts in the body. Hence, it is named with skeletal muscle. Skeletal muscle is attaches to the bone by the help of the dense connective tissue sheath that is called tendon. Student, it is the part of the skeletal muscle attaches to the bone by the help of the dense connective tissue sheath that is called tendon. Okay, student. Next, what about the endomysium, fascicle, perimysium, epimysium? That means first one, endomysium. Endomysium, muscle fiber means cells present in the skeletal muscle. Muscle fiber surrounded by thin connective tissue sheath. Each one of the muscle fiber connected with the connective tissue sheath. Each one of the muscle fiber surrounds with the connective tissue sheath that is called endomysium. Next, fascicle. What about the fascicle, student? Bundle of the muscle fiber. Student, bundle of the muscle fiber. It is the one of the muscle fiber. It is the one of the muscle fiber. It is the another one of the muscle fiber. It is the another one of the muscle fiber. Okay, these are muscle fibers. Okay, each one of the muscle fiber surrounds with the connective tissue sheath called endomysium, and the bundles of the muscle fiber, that is called fascicle. Bundle of the muscle fiber, bundle of muscle fiber, that is called fascicle. Next, perimysium. What about the perimysium, student? Fascicle surrounded by connective tissue sheath. Each one of the fascicle, it is the one of the fascicle, it is the one of the fascicle. These are fascicle, it is the one of the fascicle. Each fascicle surrounded with the connective tissue sheath, that is called perimysium. Okay, student, it is the perimysium. Perimysium. Next, and the epimysium. Epimysium. Student, group of the fascicle. Student, it is the fascicle, it is the fascicle, it is the fascicle, it is the fascicle. This is the group of the fascicle. Entire group of the fascicle surrounded with the connective tissue sheath. Okay, entire the fascicle that forms the muscle. Okay, group of the fascicle that is surrounds with the connective tissue sheath called epimysium. Student, it is the epimysium. Okay, totally it is the epimysium. Epimysium, student, it is runs backwards and forms the tendon, okay, which is connected with the bone. Students, skeletal muscle fiber, long, cylindrical, multinucleated, unbranched oval nuclei. Student, skeletal muscle fiber, it is the skeletal muscle fiber, and long and cylindrical in shape. Okay, and multinucleated, one nucleus, another one of the nucleus, and third nucleus. This is the skeletal muscle fiber, shows three nucleus. Multi-nuclei position. Nuclei means more number of the nucleus. Okay, unbranched, these are unbranched, student. It is the muscle fiber is unbranched and oval shaped nuclei. Okay, more number of the nucleus present in the cytoplasm of the muscle fiber, because syncytium at the stage of the fusion of cells, myoblast cells present at the embryonic system, embryo of the organism. These are the myoblast cells are fused with each other, and another number of the nucleus is also increased, and it causes the multinucleate position. It is not goes to the division. Myoblast cells are not goes to the division, and all the myoblast cells are fused with each other and form the skeletal muscle fiber. Okay, and so this is the muscle fiber shows the more number of the nuclei. Multinucleate position present in the cytoplasm of the muscle fiber is called syncytium. Syncytium, it is caused by fusion of the myoblast cells at the developing embryo. Next, myofibrils show alternate dark light band, so called stripped muscle or striated muscles. Student, if you observe, cytoplasm shows the dark band and light band, dark band, light band, dark band, light band, dark band, light band, dark band, light band. This is the arrangement is possible by the alternate position, alternate location of the myosin filament and actin filament. Myosin filament, that is appeared as a dark band, actin filament, that is appeared as a light band. Okay, hence this is the muscle is also called stripped muscle or striated muscle because of presence of the alternate arrangement of the dark band and the light band entire throughout the length of the muscle fiber. Next, works under conscious control. This is the muscles works under the conscious control of the individual. Hence, it is also called voluntary muscle. Okay, it is the muscle also called voluntary muscle because it is works under the conscious control of the individual, of the animal. Next, contracts quickly. It is the muscle goes to the contraction quickly and undergoes fatigue. Fatigue means resting time. Undergoes fatigue quickly. Next, student, it is entered the muscle is regulated by the somatic nervous system in the body. Okay, student. Now about smooth muscle. It is the second type of the muscle in different types of the muscles. Smooth muscle, it is unstripped. Unstripped means strips are absent, lined structures are absent, does not shows the lined arrangement. Involuntary muscle student, the contraction and the relaxation of these muscles are not controlled by the human beings. Okay, so it is called involuntary muscle. Student, it is not work under the conscious control of the person or individual. So it is called involuntary muscle. Visceral muscle students, visceral muscle means it takes part in the formation of the visceral organs. So it is called visceral muscle. Student, cross striations are absent. Cross striations that are formed by alternate arrangement, regular arrangement of the dark band and the light band. Okay, thick filament and the thin filament. These are the striations, cross striations along the total length of the muscle fiber. Muscles are absent. Cross striations are absent. Next, student, and this type of the smooth muscle is present in the wall of the visceral organs. Visceral organs such as visceral organs means internal organs, inner organs in the body. Blood vessels also shows the smooth muscle. Next, trachea, wall of the trachea and wall of the bronchi and wall of the stomach. Stomach is the part of the food tube or alimentary canal. Okay, wall of the stomach also consists of smooth muscle. Next, intestine, it is the part of the food tube, digestive system, and also consists wall of the small intestine and large intestine consists of smooth muscle, and ducts of the excretory system, ducts of the reproductive system. Okay, for example, ureter, one pair ureters that connects the kidney with the urinary bladder and the urethra. Okay, the tubes that are related with the excretory system also consist of smooth muscles, and ducts that are related with the reproductive system. Genital system means reproductive system, reproductive ducts, genital ducts. Students, oviducts, fallopian tubes. Okay, student, and another vasa deferens. Okay, student, these are the tubes that are related with the reproductive system, also consist of smooth muscles. Next, also present in iris and ciliary body of eye. Student, iris is the part of the eye, and this regulates the size and the shape of the pupil. Okay, student, iris, that is the iris. And ciliary body, it is connected with the ciliary muscle. Okay, and it controls and regulates the shape of the lens in part of a eye. Okay, it is the smooth muscle also present in iris and ciliary body of eye. Okay, next it is also present in skin in the form of the erector pili of muscles. Erector pili, that means it is the muscle, erector pili muscle that attaches to the hair follicle of the hair. Okay student, it is the hair follicle, it is the base part of the hair. Okay, hair follicle attaches with the smooth muscle that is called erector pili muscles. Next student, smooth muscle fiber. Smooth muscle fiber, it is the smooth muscle fiber present in the smooth muscle. This is the smooth muscle that shows the layer like structures. Smooth muscle fiber arranges in the form of the layers or the sheets. Smooth muscle fiber is spindle shape. Student, it is the spindle shape. Middle part is wide and both ends are narrow. That forms the spindle shape structure. Spindle shape and uninucleate. Only one of the nucleus present in the center part in cytoplasm of the smooth muscle fiber. Next, myofibrils do not show alternate dark and light bands. Student, if you observe the cytoplasm of the smooth muscle fiber, it does not show the alternate arrangement of the dark filament and the light filament, thick filament and the thin filament, which is formed by the arrangement of the actin and the myosin filament. These are the filaments, myosin filament, thick filament, which is formed by the myosin molecule and the actin molecule. Actin molecule that forms the thin filament, myosin molecule that forms the thick filament. These are irregularly arranged. Irregular arrangement of the actin and the myosin molecule does not form the dark band and the light band in this type of the smooth muscle fiber. But if you observe skeletal muscle, these are both filament, actin and the myosin filament shows alternate arrangement and forms the dark band and the light band, dark band, light band, like that. Next, do not work under conscious control of the individual. Student, the contraction and the relaxation is not under the conscious control of the individual or the man. So, this is called involuntary muscle. Involuntary muscle. Student, exhibit slow and the prolonged contractions. Slow and prolonged contraction and remain contract for long periods without fatigue. This is the muscle goes to the prolonged contraction. Prolonged contraction, long period of the contraction without going to fatigue. And that also leads to the spasm, painful conditions. Next, contraction of the smooth muscle under the control of the autonomous nervous system. Nervous system in the human beings divides into two. One is the central nervous system, another one is peripheral nervous system. Central nervous system is with the brain and the spinal cord, and peripheral nervous system is with the cranial nerves and the spinal nerves. Nerves arises from the brain to the parts of the body called cranial nerves. Nerves arises from the part of the spinal cord to the body parts called spinal nerves. Nervous system is related with the cranial nerves and the spinal nerves called peripheral nervous system. Based on the function, peripheral nervous system is divided into two. One is the somatic nervous system, another one is autonomous nervous system. Autonomous nervous system again differentiated to two types based on the function. One is the sympathetic nervous system, another one is parasympathetic nervous system. Student, entire the smooth muscles in the body under the control, contraction of the smooth muscles in the body under the control of the autonomous nervous system. Okay, it is the diagrammatic part of the smooth muscle fiber. Okay, it is the nucleus present at the center part of the cytoplasm. Okay student, and it is spindle shaped and uninucleate position. Students, today's topic is cardiac muscle. Cardiac muscle found in the heart of the vertebrates. Okay, and students, it forms the cardiac muscle forms the myocardium of the heart. Heart is surrounds with the layers. In this myocardium is the one of the part in the heart. Okay, and it is related with the, it is totally formed with the cardiac muscles. Okay, cardiac muscle forms the myocardium of heart, and it is straighted means regular arrangement of the actin myosin molecules are present. Regular arrangement, alternate arrangement of the dark band and the light band is appears in this muscle in the cytoplasm. Next, involuntary muscle. Okay, contraction is not regulated by the individual. Okay, so it is called involuntary muscle. Okay, student. Next, another myogenic heart. Myogenic heart, without stimuli. This is the region of the heart produces impulses and conduct the impulses. Student, impulse of contractions generated within the muscles. In the cardiac muscle, impulse is generated without receiving of the any stimuli from the outer surrounding environment. Okay, it produces impulses about the contractions, and these are the impulses which conducts that is generated within the muscles only. So it is called myogenic heart. Student, muscle fiber, the cardiac muscle shows the cells called muscle fibers. Muscle fibers with mitochondria, more number of the nuclei, calcium ions, and glycogen. Okay, glycogen, stored food particles available in the form of the glycogen. Next, student, muscle fiber connected to the other. One of the muscle fiber connected to the other by the help of the intercalated disc. These are the intercalated disc, also called communicating junctions. Student, these are the intercalated disc helps in transport of the calcium ions. Calcium ions plays a main role in the contraction of the cardiac muscle. Okay, next, which causes the rhythmic contraction. All the cardiac muscle shows the contraction by the help of the transport of the calcium ions. These are the calcium ions are transported with the help of the intercalated disc or communicating junctions. Next, student, gap junctions, also called electrical synapses. What about the gap junctions? One of the cell joined with the adjacent cell by the help of the gap junctions. These are one type of the cellular junctions. Student, these are the gap junctions permit electrical impulses to be conducted along axis of the cardiac muscle fiber. Student, by the presentation of the gap junctions, the impulse is conducted through the length of the longitudinal axis of the total muscle fiber. Okay, next, student, responsible for rapid conduction of the action potential. These are the gap junctions, also helps in rapid conduction of the action potential. Action potential means it is the information generated through the pacemaker of our heart. That is, the pacemaker produces action potential. This is the action potential, also called impulse. It is the information about the conduction, about the contraction of the cardiac muscle fiber. This causes rhythmical contraction of the whole heart. whole cardiac muscle present in the heart. Next student, pacemaker. What about the pacemaker of heart? Cardiac muscle of the vertebrates produce impulse spontaneously from autorhythmic structure. One of the autorhythmic structure is present in the heart region, and this is generated impulse about the contraction of the cardiac muscle. Okay student, produce impulse spontaneously from autorhythmic structure, that is called sinoatrial node. Sinoatrial node present in the wall of the heart generate or produce impulse, okay, spontaneously. That is also called autorhythmic structure. That is the pacemaker of our heart is the sinoatrial node. Sinoatrial node is the pacemaker of our heart. Next student, without any stimuli, without receiving any impulse, any stimuli, this is the pacemaker generate impulse about the contraction of the cardiac muscle. So it is called myogenic heart. Myogenic heart. Myogenic heart present in the vertebrates. Next, heartbeat regulates by autonomous nervous system. Entire the heartbeat shows by the cardiac muscle. Cardiac muscle that causes beating of the heart. It totally regulated by the autonomous nervous system. Next, some amount of the hormones also involved in the contraction and the relaxation of the heart. These are epinephrine, also called adrenaline. Epinephrine is the hormone also called adrenaline. It is secretes from the adrenal gland, enters into the blood circulation and works on the cardiac muscle fiber. Excess amount of the adrenaline causes the increasing heartbeat. Next, decreasing the adrenaline that causes the decreasing the heartbeat. Next student, what about the functional syncytium? Functional syncytium means by the rapid conduction of the impulse or electrical impulse, electric potential or the action potential throughout the length of the cardiac muscle fiber, and it is expand enter the cardiac muscle fibers in the heart and shows the contraction at a time. Okay student, this is called wholehearted contraction as a single unit, that is called functional syncytium. Next student, myocardial infarction or heart attack. What about the myocardial infarction? Student, cardiac muscles receive nutrients and oxygen by the help of the bloodstream. It is also suspended with the much amount of the blood vessels and blood capillaries. These are the blood capillaries and the blood vessels which supplies the blood and consist nutrients, and the nutrients are the food particles and oxygen, respiratory gases. Okay, these are supplies to the cardiac muscle fiber. Okay, and any amount of the blood vessel by the accumulation of the fatty substance, blood vessel does not supplies the food particles and the oxygen to the certain region of the cardiac muscle, and at the same time, that is the cardiac muscle fiber goes to the dies. Myocardial cells goes to the destruction or goes to the die. Okay student, at the time, that is the cardiac muscle unable to contract. Okay, and that leads to the heart attack. Heart attack, it is also called myocardial infarction. Myocardial infarction or the heart attack occurs due to the destruction of the myocardial cells. Okay student, it is about the cardiac muscle. Students goes to discuss about nervous tissue. Nervous tissue, it is from the ectoderm. Germinal cells of the ectoderm, entire the nervous system present in our body, it is derived from the ectoderm layer. Next, student, nervous system shows some amount of the properties of excitability and conductivity. Excitability, these are the two properties shown by the nervous system present in the body. Okay, next, entire the nervous system that consists of two types of cells. One is the neuron, these are the functional cells of the nervous system, and impulse conducting cells in the nervous system. Next, second one is neuroglia. Neuroglia are non-conducting cells, and these are supporting cells of the nervous tissue. Next, students, in this first one, what about the neurons? Neurons are the first type of the cells. Impulse conducting cells. Student, impulse is conducted throughout the length of the neuron, length of the nerve. Okay, that one is the impulse is passes throughout the length of the nerve fiber or neuron in the form of the action potential or electrical potential. Okay, next, these are the functional units of the nervous system. These are the neurons considered as functional units of nervous tissue. Next, electrically excitable cells. These are electrically excitable cells. Receive stimuli from the outer surrounding environment. These are the neurons receive nervous stimuli in the receive impulses in the form of the electrical impulse, electric potential or the action potential. So these are called electrically excitable cells, and receive and conduct impulses. Receive stimuli in the form of the impulses, and at the same time that one is the impulse is conduct through its body, through its cell. So receive impulse and the conduct impulse. Information is conducted throughout the length of the neuron in the form of the impulse. Receive impulse, conduct impulse. Neuron is stimulated, and at the same time electric disturbance or action potential produces and travels along its plasma membrane. Student, when the neuron is stimulated and one type of the action potential or electrical disturbance is generated, okay, at the membrane of the neuron, that one is also, that is the action potential is produces, and at the same time that is travels along its plasma membrane. Next, neuron consists of cell body and dendrites. Dendrites are many in number. Cell body is single, okay, and single axon. Student, it is the cell body, it is the axon, single axon, and students, dendrites, many dendrites, these are the dendrites. Okay. Next, first one about the cell body. What about the cell body? Cell body that is also called cyton, soma, perikaryon. Okay, cell body is called cyton, soma, perikaryon. Next, student, cell bodies occurs in the gray matter of the central nervous system. Which are the parts of central nervous system? Central nervous system is constitutes with the brain and spinal cord. Okay, cell bodies occurs in gray matter of the central nervous system. Spinal cord and the brain shows two types of the matters. One is the gray matter, another one is the white matter. The part of the gray matter that consists cell bodies of the neuron. Okay, remaining parts of the neuron such as dendrites and the axon is not present in the gray matter of the central nervous system. Gray matter of central nervous system that consists cell body. Next, student, cytoplasm. Abundant amount of the cytoplasm present at the region of the cell body consists of mitochondria, Golgi bodies, rough endoplasmic reticulum. RER means rough endoplasmic reticulum. These are also called Nissl bodies, helps in protein synthesis. Next, large nucleus. Student, it is a large shape nucleus. Next, nucleolus, distinct nucleolus is also present in the cytoplasm. Neurofibrils, these are fine microfilaments formed by the proteins. These are neurofibrils present in the cytoplasm. Lipofuscin granules, which consist lipid molecules or fat bodies. These are formed by the lysosomes. After the digestion of the lysosomes. Lipofuscin granules, these are appeared in yellowish brown in color. Lipofuscin granules. Next, what is about the nucleus? Student, these are the two definitions are important. Nucleus, group of the cell bodies in central nervous system. Central nervous system which consists group of the cell bodies, that is called nucleus, and group of cell bodies in peripheral nervous system. Group of the cell bodies present at the region of peripheral nervous system is called ganglion. Next, student, what about the dendrites? Dendrites, these are the short, fine, branched process from the cyton. From the part of the cyton, this gives fine, short branches. These are called dendrites, students. These are dendrites. Okay, and dendrites contain Nissl bodies, neurofibrils. Okay, Nissl bodies, neurofibrils present at the region of the dendrites. Okay. Next, dendrites conduct nerve impulse towards the cell body. Student, nerve impulse is transmit towards the cell body. Dendrite transmits the nerve impulse or the action potential towards the cell body. Okay, that is important. Next, another last part of the neuron, that is axon. Axon, that is originated from the region of the cyton. Student, it is the axon. It is generated from the region of the cyton. That is, the region is called axon hillock. Okay, and this is a long cylindrical structure. Okay, and student, contain neurofibrils, which consist neurofibrils, and at the same time Nissl bodies are absent in the cytoplasm of the axon. Axon that is covered with the plasma membrane is called axolemma. Axon is with the cytoplasm is called axoplasm. Okay, that is, the axoplasm contains neurofibrils and Nissl bodies are absent. Okay, next, it is the axon. Student, axon gives the collateral branches. These are collateral branches. Collateral branches and again gives axon terminals. Okay, student, these are axon terminals, also called telodendria. Student, axon, end part of the axon that gives collateral branches. These are the collateral branches, again gives the axon terminals. Axon terminals also called telodendria. Telodendria or the axon terminal ends with the bulb-like structure that is called synaptic knob. Okay, it is the synaptic knob, student. Synaptic knob that consists synaptic vesicles. Synaptic knob that consists vesicles, small sac-like structures in the inner part called synaptic vesicles. Synaptic vesicles contains chemicals which are called neurotransmitters. These are the neurotransmitters helps in transmits the nerve impulse or the electrical potential into the another neuron, towards the another neuron or to the muscle or muscle fiber by the help of the synapse. Okay, student. What about the synapse, student? Synapse, that means axon. It is the axon. It is the axon transmit nerve impulse to the interneuronal. Interneuronal means the space between the two neurons. Okay. Axon transmits nerve impulse or the action potential to the interneuronal space or neuromuscular junction, the junction between the one neuron and the muscle fiber, that is called synapse. Okay, student, it is about the synapse. Synapse is the region between the two neurons, junction of two neurons, and synapse is also between the muscle fiber and the last part of the axon terminals of the another neuron. Okay, next, by the help of the neurotransmitters, the action potential is transmitted to the another neuron or the muscle fiber. Next, what is about the tracts and the nerves? Tracts means group of axons in the central nervous system. Group of axons in the central nervous system, that is called tracts. And nerves. Nerves, what about the nerves? Group of the axons in the peripheral nervous system. Group of axons in the peripheral nervous system, that is called nerves. Okay, student? What about the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system? Central nervous system includes with the brain and the spinal cord. Peripheral nervous system, that is includes with nerves from the brain called cranial nerves. Nerves from the spinal cord called spinal nerves. Spinal nerves is connected with the internal organs in the body. And cranial nerves connects with the internal organs and sensory organs, sense organs in the body. Okay, this is about the peripheral nervous system. Cranial nervous system includes with the cranial nerves and the spinal nerves, that is called peripheral nervous system. Okay. Group of axons in the central nervous system is called tracts. Group of axons in the peripheral nervous system is called nerves. Student, it is the diagram of the multipolar neuron. These are the dendrites, and if you observe cyton, center part shows large nucleus. These are Nissl granules, and it is the cell body. Next, student, it is the axon, arises from the axon hillock. Okay. And terminal parts of the axon is called axon terminals. Axon terminal ends with the bulb-like structure called synaptic knobs. Synaptic knob that consists of synaptic vesicles which stores neurotransmitters like acetylcholine. Okay. Next, Schwann cells also there. These are the Schwann cells are close contact with the plasma membrane of axon or axolemma. Axolemma, it is close contact with the Schwann cells. Schwann cells are the glial cells or the supporting cells of the nervous tissue. Student, these are the Schwann cells forms the myelin sheath. Student, it is the myelin sheath. Myelin sheath is formed by Schwann cells. Okay, and some of the spaces you observe without the myelin sheath. without the myelin sheath. The type of these spaces are called nodes of Ranvier. Nodes of Ranvier. Student, myelin sheath consists of fats and the less amount of the proteins. Okay, and this is the myelin sheath. What is the use of the myelin sheath? It helps in transport of the nerve impulse. Myelin sheath helps in transport of the nerve impulse, conducting of the impulse or the action potential throughout the length of the plasma membrane of the axon more efficiently and quickly. Okay, student? It is about the multipolar neuron. Now discuss about types of neurons. Nervous system present in the animals consist two types of the cells. One is the neuron, second one is glial cells. Okay, in this already you know about the structure of the multipolar neuron. Okay, next another now going to discuss about the types of neurons. Okay, there are three types of the neurons. Neurons classified into different types on the based on the structure and based on the function. Based on the structure, neurons present in the animals divides into three types. One is unipolar neuron, second one is bipolar neurons, and third one is multipolar neuron. What about unipolar neuron? Student, unipolar neuron that has single process, okay, and arises from the cell body. Student, unipolar neuron that shows the single process, that is starts from the cell body and divides into two branches. One is the dendrite and the one is the axon. Okay, and also it is with unidirectional flow of the information. Unidirectional flow of the information. Next student, cell body divides into two branches. Student, it is the diagram of the pseudo unipolar neuron. It is the cell body, cyton, perikaryon or soma, and one of the branch, and from the cyton divides into two branches. Okay, one is the dendrite and the one is the axon. Cell body divides into two branches. One act as a dendrite, another one is act as an axon. Next, these are the unipolar neurons present in the sensory neurons. Students, sensory neurons transfer the sensory impulses from the sensory organ to the central nervous system. The type of the sensory neurons which is connected with the receptors of the sense organs. Sensory neurons are unipolar neurons. Sensory neurons present in the body, these are unipolar neurons. Next, second one is bipolar neurons. What about the bipolar neurons? With one dendrite. Bipolar neurons with one dendrite, one axon at opposite poles. Student, it is the diagrammatic part of the bipolar neuron. Okay, it is the dendrite, it is the axon locates at the opposite poles. Okay, next student, bipolar neurons occurs in retina of eye. Okay, next, olfactory epithelium of the nose. Olfactory epithelium of the nose. Next, another internal ear student. Internal ear, olfactory epithelium of the nose, and retina of eye shows bipolar neurons. Next student, and the multipolar neuron. Already you know about the multipolar neuron. Multipolar neuron that has the cyton. Cyton, from the cyton there is a numerous dendrites and single axon, which is arises from the axon hillock. One axon, many dendrites, most neurons in the body. Next student, multipolar neurons are more number of the neurons in the body. These are multipolar neurons. Next, based on the function. Based on the function, these are the neurons are divides into three types. One is the sensory neuron, another one is the motor neuron, third one is interneurons. In this first one, sensory neurons. Sensory neurons also called afferent neuron. What about sensory neuron? Carry sensory impulses from receptor to central nervous system. Student, sensory neurons carries the sensory impulses from the receptors which is present in sensory organs in the body. Okay, sensory part of the body to the central nervous system. Central nervous system means brain or spinal cord. Okay, these are sensory neurons also called afferent neurons. Next, second one, motor neurons. What about the motor neurons? Motor neurons carry motor impulses from the central nervous system to the effector organs in the body. These are carries motor impulses from the brain or spinal cord to the effector organs in the body such as muscle or glands. These are the motor neurons also called efferent neurons. Next, what about interneurons? Interneurons, students, these are present in the central nervous system of the body and connect sensory impulses. Sensory neurons. These are the interneurons connect sensory neurons with the motor neurons. Motor neurons, sensory neurons connected in the central nervous system of the body by the help of the interneurons, which transmits the impulses. This is about interneurons. Next, student, axons also goes to differentiation based on the present or absent of the myelin sheath around the axon, surrounds the axon. Based on myelin sheath, the types of axons. Student, myelin sheath axon is with the myelin axon is with the myelin sheath. These are myelinated axons. Axon without the myelin sheath, the type of the axons called non-myelinated axons. What about myelinated axons? Student, already you know about the Schwann cell. Schwann cells are the glial cells or supporting cells in the nervous system. These are close contact with the axolemma of axon. Okay. These are the Schwann cells covered with the layer. Schwann cells covered with the layer. That is, the layer is called neurilemma. Neurilemma that covers the Schwann cell with cytoplasm and the nucleus. That is called neurilemma. Okay. Next, student, and the layer of Schwann cell contain myelin. Layer of what is about the myelin? Layer of the Schwann cell contain myelin. Myelin that consists high proportion of the lipids present in the myelin sheath. Okay. Schwann cell layer contain myelin. Okay. Next, student, and the neurilemma means layer of the Schwann cell contains cytoplasm and nucleus. Some cells do not contain myelin. Okay. Next, and the portion of axon without myelin sheath. Okay, if you observe entire the length of the outer surface of the axon, some of the portions is with the myelin sheath, is without the myelin sheath. Some of the portions is without the myelin sheath. That is, the region is called nodes of Ranvier. The space between the two nodes is called internodes. Okay, student. Next, myelinated axons. Myelinated axons. Myelinated nerve fibers present at the white matter of the central nervous system. Okay, student, myelinated nerve fiber means myelinated axons. Myelinated axons present at the white matter of the central nervous system. Myelin sheath is with the high proportion of the lipids. It is appeared as a white matter in the central nervous system. Okay, and if you observe white matter of the central nervous system such as brain and the spinal cord, that is with the myelinated nerve fibers, myelinated axons. Next, non-myelinated axons. What about non-myelinated axons? It is found in gray matter of the central nervous system. Some portion of the central nervous system, some portions of the spinal cord and the brain, if you observe, that is with the gray matter or the white matter. White matter is with the myelinated axons and gray matter is without the non-myelinated axons. Non-myelinated axons found in gray matter of the central nervous system. Okay, student. Next, postganglionic neurons of autonomous nervous system. Autonomous nervous system, if you observe, autonomous nervous system is with two types of the neurons. Autonomous nervous system is with ganglion. Okay, portion of the group of the cell bodies present at the peripheral nervous system. Autonomous nervous system is the part of the peripheral nervous system. Okay, peripheral nervous system is with the group of cell bodies called ganglion. Okay, next there are two types of the neurons. Before the neurons present before the ganglion, these are called preganglionic neurons. Next, neurons that are present after the ganglion, these are called postganglionic neurons. Okay, postganglionic neurons connect with the internal organs in the body. Okay, next, if you observe postganglionic neurons of central nervous system, postganglionic neurons of autonomous nervous system. Autonomous nervous system is with non-myelinated axons. Okay, student. On the base of structure, neurons divides into three types: unipolar neuron, bipolar neuron, multipolar neuron. Unipolar neuron, sensory neurons, for example. Bipolar neurons present in retina of eye, olfactory epithelium of nose, internal ear. Next, multipolar neurons, most neurons in the body, multipolar neurons. Based on function, sensory neurons and motor neuron and interneurons. And myelin sheath, based on the presentation of the absent of the myelin sheath, axons of neuron divides into two types: myelinated axon, non-myelinated. Students, today's topic is about nerve and different types of the neuroglial cells or supporting cells. What about the nerve, student? A bundle of nerve fiber in peripheral nervous system, that is called nerve. What about peripheral nervous system? Peripheral nervous system is with the cranial nerves and the spinal nerves. Nerves arising from the brain is called cranial nerves. These are the cranial nerves from the brain and connected with the internal organs, sense organs in the body. Next, spinal nerves. Spinal nerves arises from the spinal cord and connected with the internal organs in the body. Okay, nervous system is related with the cranial nerves, spinal nerves, that is called peripheral nervous system. bundle of nerve fiber in peripheral nervous system is called nerve. Okay, next what about endoneurium, fascicle, perineurium, epineurium? Next students, endoneurium, nerve fiber covered by thin connective tissue sheath. Nerve fiber that is connected with the connective tissue sheath. Nerve fiber covered with the thin connective tissue sheath, that is called endoneurium. What about the fascicle student? Fascicle, that means students, group of axons, bundle of axons, group of axons present at the region of peripheral nervous system is called nerve. Okay, next fascicle. Fascicle means group of the nerve fiber, group of the nerve fiber, group of the nerve fiber, that is called fascicle. Next student, perineurium. Perineurium, it covers the fascicle, entire the fascicle. Fascicle is covered by connective tissue sheath, that is called perineurium. Perineurium. Next epineurium student. Epineurium, that means a group of the fascicle, group of the fascicle that is surrounded by connective tissue sheath, that is called epineurium. Okay, endoneurium, fascicle, perineurium, and final one is epineurium. Next student, another three types of the nerves are there. One is the sensory nerve, and second one is motor nerve, and third one is mixed nerve. Okay, nerves are three types. Sensory nerve. Sensory nerves carry sensory impulses from the sense organs to the central nervous system. Next student, motor nerves. Motor nerves carries motor impulses from the central nervous system to the effector organs. Next, mixed nerves. Mixed nerves, these are the nerves carries sensory impulses from the organs to the central nervous system, and also carries motor impulses from the central nervous system to the effector organs. Okay, next student, what about the neuroglia? Neuroglia, that means supporting cells. Nervous tissue is with the two types of the cells. One is the neuron, another one is supporting cells. Okay, neuroglia, supporting cells, provide suitable environment for the activation of the neurons. Okay, neural tissue. Okay, students, supporting cells give support to the nervous neurons, provide suitable environment for neural activity. Next, these are the supporting cells continually goes to the divide throughout the life of individual, life of the animal. Supporting cells divides throughout life. Next student, which are supporting cells presenting the nervous tissue? First one is oligodendrocytes, second one is astrocytes, and third one is ependymal cells, fourth one is microglial cells. Next, fifth one Schwann cells, sixth one is satellite cells. Student, first one oligodendrocytes. Oligodendrocytes forms the myelin sheath. Okay student, already you know about the myelin sheath. Myelin sheath that covers the axolemma of the axon. Schwann cells forms the myelin sheath. Okay, another type of the cells also forms the myelin sheath, that is oligodendrocytes. Okay, next, these are the oligodendrocytes found in close association with the large nerve cells. Next, second one, astrocytes. Astrocytes are star shaped cells. Okay, next, forms the interconnecting network in the nervous tissue, bind the neurons and also binds with the blood capillaries. Okay student, and student, these are the astrocytes who provides the blood brain barrier in the nervous tissue and give physical support to the neurons. Okay, it is about the astrocytes, star shaped cells in the nervous tissue. Next, ependymal cells. Ependymal cells are ciliated cells. Ependymal cells are ciliated cells and lines the cavities of the brain. Student, brain with the cavities, these are the cavities present in the inner part of the brain, is called ventricles. Okay, and students, ventricles of the brain totally filled with the ventricles of the brain is with the one type of the fluid, that is cerebrospinal fluid. Next student, another cavities of spinal cord. Cavities of the spinal cord, that means if you observe longitudinal hollow structure present in the center part of the spinal cord, that is the longitudinal hollow cavity in the spinal cord, in the region of the spinal cord, is called central canal. Central canal of the spinal cord also with the cerebrospinal fluid. Okay student, these are the ependymal cells. Ependymal cells helps to bring the movement of the cerebrospinal fluid through the ventricles of the brain and the central canal of the spinal cord. These are the ependymal cells, ciliated cells, lines the cavities of the brain and lines the central canal of the spinal cord to brings the movement of the cerebrospinal fluid. Next student, microglial cells. What about microglial cells? These are found in gray matter and white matter. Okay student, found in gray matter, white matter, specialized macrophages. Student, these are the microglial cells found in gray matter and the white matter of the nervous system. Okay, next student, another, these are specialized macrophages. These are the microglial cells shows the effective phagocytic action on the microorganisms, any foreign substances in the nervous tissue. Specialized macrophages, these are microglial cells are mesodermal in origin. These are obtained from the mesodermal layer of the cells present in the mesodermal layer. Next student, Schwann cells. Schwann cells forms the neurilemma. Student, Schwann cell is covered with the cytoplasmic and nucleated layer, that is called neurilemma. Neurilemma surrounds the entire outer surface of the axolemma. Okay, Schwann cells forms neurilemma around the axon of neuron. Next student, what about the satellite cells? Satellite cells surround the cell bodies in ganglia. Satellite cells are the one type of supporting cells. These are the satellite cells surrounds cell bodies in ganglia. What about the ganglia? Student, group of the cell bodies present in the peripheral nervous system. Group of cell bodies present in the central nervous system is called ganglia. Okay, next, these are the satellite cells surrounds cell bodies in ganglia. Okay, this is about satellite cell. This is about the supporting cells or neuroglia. First one is oligodendrocytes, second one is astrocytes, third one is ependymal cells, fourth one microglial cells, fifth one Schwann cells, sixth one satellite cells.